Clerk of the Board, would you please read the participation procedures?
Sure. So the public participation procedures, in order to protect the public and the safety of Tuolumne County citizens, Tuolumne County board meetings will be physically closed to the public, but will be available as follows. So public access video and audio live streaming is available on the Tuolumne County website at www.tuolumnecounty.ca.gov. Public access audio only is available by a Zoom meeting for listening only. So you can call in at 1-669-900-9128, and the web ID is 987-3738-5155. And this meeting will be open to the public via a remote call-in line. So during the board meeting, citizens who wish to comment publicly should use the call-in line, and that phone number is 533-6581, and all calls will be taken in the order they were received. So public comment will be open and closed individually for each agenda item listed on the agenda, excluding staff reports. And the public comment time limit for each item set is 3 minutes per speaker per item. And this 3 minutes does not apply to staff. So I will remind the public periodically through the meeting of the call-in information. So please call in when I read the item. The chair will ask if there's any comments from the public at that time, and your call will be taken in the order that it was received.
Okay, thank you. So we'll start with oral communications. The public may speak on any item not on the printed agenda, and no item may be taken, no action may be taken by the board. Do we have anybody waiting to speak? Clerk, would you read the instructions for calling in case we have anybody that would like to?
The call-in number is 533-6581.
Great. So we'll wait about a minute to see if we have anybody who'd like to speak on an item not on the agenda. Okay, nobody yet? Okay, so we'll close the oral communications portion of the meeting and move on to staff reports. Do we have any staff reports? Okay. Well, that was easy. Okay. Let's move on to the consent calendar. Clerk, would you please read the consent calendar?
Minutes of the meeting held on May 19th, 2020, adopting a resolution authorizing the Health and Human Services Director to apply for and accept $6,400 from the State Department of Housing and Community Development to implement transitional housing services, recognizing unanticipated revenue and increasing the appropriations in the same amount in the program services line item. Adopting a resolution authorizing the Health and Human Services Director to apply and accept $6,370 from the State Department of Housing and Community Development to implement Housing Navigator program services, recognizing unanticipated revenue and increasing appropriations by the same amount in the program services line item. Approving the reorganization of the Department of Assessor Recorder and the class specifications, salary range, and assignment of bargaining unit to the Management Association for the recording manager position and assignment of the bargaining unit to the Executive Confidential Unit for the Assistant Assessor Recorder position. Adopting a resolution changing the hours and days of operation for the Recorder's Office. Approving the agreement with Hunter Sons, Inc. for bulk fuel lubricant delivery services. approving an agreement with WH Brashears for Cardlock Fueling, approving an amendment to a contract with Old Oak Ranch for the project Room Key that assists the homeless population to help prevent the spread of COVID. And as the Air Pollution Control District Board, approving the farm program memorandum of understanding between Placer County Air Pollution Control District and Tuolumne County Air Pollution Control District.
Okay, would any member of the board like to pull an item from the consent calendar? Okay. Any public comments on any item on the consent calendar? Okay. All right. Seeing no public comment, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar as written.
Move to approve the consent calendar.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right. So we'll do a roll call vote. Clerk, would you please read the roll call?
District 1, Sherry Brennan. District 2, Ryan Campbell.
Aye.
District 3, Anaya Kirk.
Aye.
District 4, John Gray.
Aye.
District 5, Carl Rodefer.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 5-0. So I guess do we have time to move into the closed session item before our 9:30 appointment? Okay, so clerk of the board, would you please read item 11?
That is closed session conference with labor negotiators, Tracy Riggs, Eric Earhart, Ann Friend, Kim Phipps, and it's the Authority Government Code Section 54957.6, all bargaining units.
Okay, do we have any public comment on item 11? Okay, seeing no public comment, we will go into closed session and we will be using the board meeting room. There he is. Yep. I said I would. Okay, Welcome back again. We're back from the closed session item, and there is nothing to report. Clerk, would you please read our first 9:30 appointment?
So this is a presentation and planning status update on the coronavirus, COVID-19. And if you have public comment, please call in at 533-6581.
Good morning,
Morning.
Chair Campbell. I guess, or do I still say Madam Chair?
Vice Chair.
Vice Chair. Okay, I just want to make sure. Vice Chair Campbell, members of the board.
And I can preface that we have Supervisor Brennan on the phone, but for convenience sake, I'll be chairing the meeting.
Thank you. Members of the board, Ms. Carrillo, Ms. Riggs. My name is Rebecca Espino, Health and Human Services Agency Director. These past 2 weeks have been exceptionally busy as staff work to contact trace, isolate, and quarantine the close contacts of the two most recent COVID cases. These two cases tested our ability to enact our contact tracing protocols, and I'm proud to announce the contact tracers just really knocked it out of the park. This is in part due to our law enforcement partners, our eligibility specialist supervisors for helping in this effort. I would also like to acknowledge Dr. Ortiz, our public health team, and Steve Boyack, who worked the entire holiday weekend in an effort to keep our community safe. Dr. Ortiz, take it away.
Good morning. So we'll start with a comparison of the numbers from the 18th, which is the last time we presented to you guys here at the board. And as of yesterday, so we have an increase in cases and deaths in the U.S. and in California. We're now at over 4,200 deaths in the state of California and 4 positive cases of residents. So Tuolumne County stands at 4, but as always, I like to point out that our neighboring counties have a higher rate of cases and fatalities, and we understand that travel is inevitable and will be how disease transmission begins to increase in this county. And I also wanted to take a quick opportunity to show you this graphically, that there continues to be an increase in cases across the state. Some of those dark red areas are even more dark red. Those areas in Northern California are also starting to see the impact of disease transmission.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, my name's Steve Boyack from the Health and Human Services Agency. We had this slide up during the last presentation, but was more robust as it outlined all of the partners that we are currently involved with in managing our COVID response at this time. Wanted to throw this slide back into the presentation for yourself, for the public, just to acknowledge really the 3 areas of partnership that Tuolumne County engages in on a, if not daily, every other day and weekly basis with the Yosemite Gateway Area Coordination Team. We have at least 1 weekly meeting with a multi-agency coordination committee, as well as 1 meeting weekly to redevelop and reestablish our incident action plan with the Yosemite area. Is that better? Oh, with the Yosemite area coordination team. We are also involved with 2 weekly phone calls with the San Joaquin Valley Public Consortium, and Lisa Heapstock across the way there is a participant with that group, as well as public health staff involved with a weekly Region 4 medical health multi-agency advisory committee conference call as well. We just wanted to identify the fact that as much as we can possible, we are going to be an advocate for our local community, for your board, for our businesses. And I know we've been involved with at least reviewing some drafts of some correspondence to state representatives concerning local advocacy. And we will continue to do so as the event provides us to do so. Next.
So just an update, since the last time we presented, there have been 2 updates to the health officer orders. The first one was an update on febrile respiratory illness requiring businesses to report to public health if they have a case of COVID-19 in their employees. And on the 26th to update to the state guidelines, which allow some other facilities to be open, which we'll get into a little bit later in this presentation. I wanted to take some time to discuss the most recent cases, not specifically those people involved, but just in general that this has been an extremely unusual and very burdensome event that most of the time when a case of COVID-19 is identified, people have less than 10 close contacts. That was not the case in either one of these situations. So it involved an enormous effort to track down all of those contacts, to provide them the resources they needed to safely quarantine, to give them the accurate information, to ensure that all of the people who needed to get tested were able to get tested quickly, which involved implementing all sorts of new logistical situations. We'll just keep it vague. I understand that on the numbers it looks like it's just 2 people. It is not 2 people. There are over 100 people currently in quarantine. We had to write orders for quarantine for the majority of those people. And ensure that they were able to safely quarantine and that they had the correct information, and continue to monitor those people who are in quarantine every day. We know that congregate living situations are our worst case scenario for where these cases can happen. And in healthcare facilities and the prison and the jail, the people who staff those facilities are essential workers. And reducing the number of those workers who are available is extremely critical to their function. So we've had to make a lot of adaptations to the quarantine instructions. And I cannot emphasize enough that this was not just 2 cases. And we were extremely busy on the public health side and pulling in every partner we could. And very seriously considered reaching out for mutual aid, because this is what can very quickly happen in this community. We can very quickly overwhelm not just the public health system, but the facilities where these cases were identified and the healthcare facilities. So I encourage the public to consider what would happen if you tested positive. How many people were you in close contact with? And is that an inordinate number of people? And as a business, consider what will happen when a positive case is identified in your business, and how much work you will have to do to give us the information in public health that we need to safely quarantine and test people. And also, will you be able to function as a facility if large numbers of your staff are in quarantine? Yes.
Quick question. That sort of brings up another situation that we may be facing here fairly shortly. There have been numerous Facebook posts of people traveling here to protest. And I'm concerned with people that are going to bus people from high-intensity COVID areas like the Bay Area, some of our neighboring valley counties, put them in a bus together for an hour or 2 hour en route, and then dumping them off here in our community. What kind of a situation does that present for you as a health officer?
So you mentioned Facebook posts, and we know that it's important to not spread misinformation and rumors. We also deeply respect the right for people to peacefully assemble and demonstrate.
As I do.
And I'm not saying that you don't. I know many people in this room deeply respect the right for people to demonstrate, especially for such a tragic event. We, in public health, would advise people to attempt to be physically separate in those types of events, to wear masks, to consider that there are other ways to make their message known without screaming, yelling, speaking, because we know that increases the risk of transmission. Not that they can't be heard. If such an event were to happen, public health would essentially be limited to making a general recommendation that people who may have been exposed at an event should go get tested and should self-monitor. Similar to how we have to make those recommendations when people don't physically distance in a variety of ways.
Okay.
Not just in.
I guess my concern was that was large-scale busing of people from one area to another, and the danger that presents, not just to the people where they're going, but to themselves in that busing environment. That's a
The public health recommendation continues to be that people should, as much as possible, stay within their household bubble, to stay 6 feet away from people who are not in their household, to wear masks when they are not able to do that, and to consider that when they are protesting as well.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Ortiz, have you seen any indication or evidence that there are people being bused to Tuolumne County from outside?
No, but I'll, of course, defer to the law enforcement people who are in the room.
Okay. Right, was that the end of your presentation?
No, I still
Okay.
had some other
I
things to say.
interrupted her.
Go ahead. Continue.
So testing, which you may need to avail yourself of, is available locally, and we're at over 1,200 people having been tested who are county residents. The Calaveras County Fairgrounds has a state testing site, which is shared between Calaveras and Tuolumne County. Anybody can go get tested. If you give them your insurance information, they will charge your insurance. That does not mean that you will have a copay. If you don't have insurance, the state will cover the costs. And you will be asked a series of demographic and medical questions, but none of those will stop you from getting the test. It's just for reporting, as we are required to include that information in our reporting. So people can go to that website to set up an appointment at the Optum Serve state testing site in Calaveras County. So we have been presenting the information about how many people are being tested in this specific graph, because that's how the state is looking at how many people have been tested. So tests per day per 1,000 in the county as a 7-day moving average. And as we've discussed before, Tuolumne County is blue on this graph. Tuolumne County has never reached that goal at this current time. We expect that it will increase as we now have access at the state testing site. But it's important that people who are at risk and people who have been exposed, people who are essential workers, should avail themselves of the testing site. The state will continue to monitor this number for all counties. So lots of things have changed in the 2 weeks since we last reported. We continue to be in stage 2, but there have been some modifications about what's allowed to be open. So since last week, hair salons are open for limited hair services, and both the employee and the patron must wear face coverings throughout the duration of that time. Places of worship are allowed to open for 25% of their normal indoor capacity or 100 people, whichever is lower. And it's very important that people realize that more than 6 feet of distance is needed if singing or group recitation is done. There have been multiple documented outbreaks, even when people were distancing, because singing and speaking and group recitation requires more than 6 feet of distance. There continues to be a list of places that are not allowed to be open, which is available on the state website. And businesses which are open should all complete the state checklist and submit that to Tuolumne County and post it in their building and make it available to people in their business. There are two websites where people can find that information. One is for most facilities which are open across the state, and then dine-in restaurants and hair salons are on a separate web page, which is just available for counties that have a variance attestation.
Dr. Ortiz,
Yes.
before you go on, there was a comment attributed to the governor. I didn't hear it, but apparently in one of his press conferences last week, he started to talk about potentially going to stage 3 in low-impacted counties.
So this morning, the state health officer sent out a letter to CCLHO, to CHIAC, and to CSAC, clarifying that we are in stage 2.
Okay.
And that nothing, so when the state posts guidance and a local health authority approves that that sector with guidance can open, they can open. If guidance is not available, they cannot open.
I wasn't questioning that. I was just wondering if.
That's just what was in the letter.
Okay.
So
Okay.
that's just the update.
So apparently, if he did say that, he misspoke and probably meant stage 2. I don't know.
Yes, and I can imagine that it's very easy to make that
absolutely.
very small error. So
Thank
there
you.
was a clarifying letter sent out this morning. This is just a reminder to the public that vulnerable populations, those who are over the age of 65 or have serious medical conditions, should continue to stay at home until stage 4, including minimizing errands and asking for friends and families to help you perform those essential functions, because they continue to be extremely vulnerable to the transmission of this disease.
And then we just want to remind you that there are numerous ways that the COVID-related information is distributed. Our communications team is working really hard at sharing the information as soon as it becomes available, from social media to websites, printed information, and our partners sharing the information. We hope that the community is happy with the information we've been providing. We really encourage the community to access the COVID-19 community portal, as well as these official links such as the Tuolumne County Public Health Facebook page, the website, CDPH, and the CDC websites. Anyone can reach out to get information from the COVID hotline, which is the 533-7440, or our public health email, which is health@tuolumecounty.ca.gov. Now I'm done.
Thank you, Doctor. Staff, any questions from the board? Oh, and before I go there, we will have public comment after the questions. So if you are interested in commenting on this item, you can call in now, so we'll have everybody lined up. Questions from the board?
Just a comment.
Supervisor Campbell, I've got a couple questions.
Supervisor Brennan?
Yeah, so I heard Dr. Ortiz talk about the challenges with the case in prisons and jails, and just would make a statement that I think if we have those situations in the state prison, it is appropriate to be asking for mutual aid under those circumstances, and would encourage looking into that. And the other piece, I guess, is that Supervisor Rotifer spoke to some comments that were circulating about stage 3 last week, and I also heard those, but I heard them as another modified stage 2. I would like to get some clarification from our health officer and then also from the Forest Service, because we have been working very hard with the Yosemite Gateway partners to be prepared when Yosemite does their partial opening. And in anticipation of that, we have been asking for 10 to 14 days prior to that to be able to have openings in our surrounding counties, so we can ensure that we are prepared and everything is in working the way it should be. And So I guess my question would be, if we get that go-ahead, I know that communication is ongoing. For the public's benefit, could she give us an assessment of if the plans and protocols are in place, that could be done, what kind of time frame? I think she's been turning these things around fairly quickly as they have been evolving. And likewise, I believe with the Forest Service new order in place, I'm told they could turn that around in a matter of hours also when we get a yellow to green light on doing some of those activities.
So I can say that the Yosemite Gateway Area Coordination Team had a call with the State Health Officer, Dr. Angel, on Sunday, specifically about Yosemite, and with the awareness that the surrounding counties are going to obviously be significantly impacted. Several health officers, including myself, also brought it up multiple times on a phone call. Yesterday was Monday. So we continue to work on that issue. We understand the relevance to our county, and I expect that, as we have done with every other situation, we should be able to have a pretty quick turnaround on the local level because our plans are in place.
Supervisor Rotifer?
Yeah, not a question. I'm compelled to make a comment. Every single member of the team needs to understand how much appreciated the work, especially with the two most recent cases, but in everything that they're doing out there. Everybody is working extremely hard, and I'm sure I can speak for the entire board. We know that, and we really, really appreciate it. This is above and beyond anything that they normally would have considered signing up for, but they're really being champions. And please, everybody, pass on to the people that are out there working right now while we're sitting here pontificating or whatever you want, but please pass on that our appreciation, because we couldn't keep our people in the county safe without it.
I will certainly pass that on.
Supervisor Kirk?
Yeah, before I make comments, Supervisor Brennan, this is Kirk. Can you clarify that Yosemite Gateway Area Foundation team? I just want to clarify that letter was sent on June 1st requesting campsites and coordination. Can you just confirm that?
Well, yeah, actually, it's the third communication we've had as a coordinated group on this subject.
Right. And so for those of you listening online and at home, what I'm referring to is we know, especially my district, which goes up the 108 corridor, we know folks are coming in here and they're camping and they're recreating. And so the way I see it, there's a danger and there's a threat, especially when it comes to wildfire. We're coming into the fire season. And so what I'm referring to is this, like Supervisor Brennan said, there's a third letter that we've requested that's gone to Governor Newsom. And I'm just going to read part of it to explain what it is we're requesting as a board and as Yosemite Gateway. It says, under the current guidance, we are unable to provide guest services to the thousands of out-of-area visitors who are already arriving and recreating in our national forests. Without campgrounds or lodging facilities that are open for leisure travel and very few public restrooms open, we are witnessing health and safety concerns as well as unintended consequences to our natural resources. Dispersed camping has already caused multiple wildfires in our communities, and untold amounts of trash and human waste left near lakes and streams are polluting our water sources for millions of Californians. So we are requesting, we know folks are here, we know they're visiting, and for me, I'm very concerned about my district and the potential for fires being started. I know the U.S. Forest Service just put out in order not to have any campfires, but we all know you can't control human behavior. So It's important to me that we do get some campgrounds open to some capacity to help offset some of these problems. And so that's what this letter is. That's what we're requesting. I'm behind it 100% because, like I said, we know they're here, and I feel like we need to have somewhere for them to go instead of doing some illegal things, which they are doing in my district. So I just want to make sure that's clear. And then I want to thank you guys. I know you guys have been working around the clock. It's been a little bit of a mess, and I appreciate what you guys do. So thank you.
Supervisor
Just a
Gray?
quick one, obvious thank you. And I really appreciate the quick responses, even on a Sunday. You don't have to, but I do appreciate it. Sometimes I send something out, doesn't mean that you need to do it right away, but when people get back to me, it's really appreciated. Thank you.
And all I can say is that public health is serving our community extremely well, and the evidence of that is clear. So we're very fortunate to have all of you working on the community's behalf and making sure that we're as safe as possible. We're so we've been so insulated from what has gone on in other parts of the state that I hope that the fact that you're doing such a good job doesn't lull us into complacency about it. So, but it's very much appreciated, the work that you've done.
Thanks. I'll pass that on to the team.
Thank you. Do we have any comments from the public on our 9:30 appointment? Okay. Okay, seeing no comments, this item was informational only. Clerk, would you please read our second 9:30 appointment?
So I wanted to mention that there's someone on the phone that wasn't able to hear the oral communication and public comment section, and they wanted to request that it be reopened so that they can make a comment.
I'll look for a consensus from the board. Good with that, Sherry?
Pardon?
So I was just looking for consensus to reopen the oral communication portion of the meeting so that we have somebody interested in speaking.
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and do that. Is the person on the line right now? Okay, so I'll reopen the oral communications.
Are you ready to speak? Are you speaking on public comment or on the budget? Okay, just a moment. You're on with the board.
Hi, this is Jeff Musio with Hazy Bulldog Farms. I want to thank the council, Madam Brennan, and Vice Chair Campbell. I just want to call in and let you guys get an update of how business is going here. We were able to generate 40% more tax revenue than expected for the city of Sonora. I thought you guys might want to know that. Given the times you guys are, seem like the revenue has been falling a little bit short, and the cannabis industry has been up and above by 40% in this county. And also, looking to the future here in this county, I believe the climate here in the state is a lot of people are getting fed up. PG&E blackouts, COVID are most likely going to be returning here in the fall, and people are upset with how the big cities have really locked down, and they're going to look to us and see how we're a little bit more lenient, and they're going to start looking to buy properties out here. Big companies aren't going to be filling up big buildings in San Francisco anymore. They're not going to be taking up 10 stories. They're going to be taking up 1 story, and everybody's going to be working remotely, and they're going to need a nice, cheap area to do it. This county is what people are going to be looking for, this exact type of thing. We need to start attracting those people, and those people also have family members that need jobs, and the cannabis industry is going to be great for those industries, to help those industries grow and help this county grow. The combination of those is really going to be able to help the county, in my opinion. And also, if you guys allow us to expand, open up some satellite dispensaries, we would actually be able to start helping the people that are out in Groveland and some of these areas that really aren't able to get out to us during these times. And unfortunately, we're not able to get out to them either. So I just kind of want to give you guys those updates. We're doing really good as an industry, especially here locally. And I really want to help the county. And it sounds like you guys are in a position where you may need help here in the future. And just want to keep reminding you, consider cannabis. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much for those comments. I'm assuming we don't have anybody else. Okay. All right, so we will close the oral communication again and move on to our second 9:30 appointment. Clerk, would you please read that appointment?
So it's consideration of providing staff direction on the development of the fiscal year 2020-2021 budget and approving all staffing changes, including additions of positions, the deletion of vacant positions, and the issuance of layoff notices. And if you'd like to call in to make a public comment on this item, the number is 533-6581. And to remind everyone that the time limit is 3 minutes per person.
CAO Riggs.
All right, good morning. Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office, and with me is Eric Earhart, our Assistant County Administrator. So today we return after several discussions regarding our fiscal year 2021 budget. The way that this will work today is, for those of you who've seen a copy of the presentation, is we have laid in other departments' presentations so it can be fluid. There will be times that we will invite the department heads up if they have given us something, and then of course we can stop at each slide where a specific department is mentioned in case your board has direct questions for that department head at that time. With that being said, we'll go ahead and get started. So we always start out with the board's mission statement, which does tell us that the board is committed to providing providing exceptional public service, and that is in an effort to reach and create a healthy and safe community, exercise natural, cultural, and financial stewardship, and then promotes economic prosperity and then enhances quality of life. I know I've had a few comments, some are kind of getting tired of seeing these slides, but I think that they do set the foundation for the decisions that your board is faced with making. This next one is about the California Constitution, and counties as political subdivisions of the state of California have an obligation to meet the mandates as required in the California Constitution. This one does say that the primary responsibility of local government is to provide for adequate public safety. So the next slide will take us, we're going to kind of go through a little bit of a timeline here. So on May 19th, when we came before your board, we were talking about we needed to reduce our costs and or increase revenues by $4.6 million. And the key drivers that we used to help make those reductions were looking at the actual cost, so increase in costs associated with our PERS percentage and fixed PERS costs. And thankfully, it was lower than what we had anticipated. That is good news. Salaries and benefit increases were slightly lower, and that also helped to shore up this difference. The new jail operations were decreased significantly due to the sheriff's recommendations for his starting his staffing. So they, as you saw, for fiscal year 2021, he is saying he can make do without additional deputies. It could put some strain on them, but they're willing to see this through in an effort to try and help us during this time. Again, that is meant to be temporary for fiscal year 2021 only, and we are anticipating that the new jail would open in October of this year. We also had several departmental reorgs, and then we began the discussion of concession bargaining with all of our employees. The initial request has been 3 weeks of furlough and freezing wages across the board for the entire fiscal year. So then on May 29th, which was just last Friday, by taking all of those actions above, we had reduced that projected shortfall by $2.7 million, and we had additional things we need to lay into that budget. So we had one group we were still in the process of bargaining with. Those have been now laid into that. The budget. We had additional departmental reorgs, and then we looked at opening up our libraries and having a discussion about libraries and recreation, standard park, and youth centers in September. So the costs for those departments were backed out, so now we'll talk about that when we go into the adopted budget. We also talked about furloughing, and that is we are in the process of meeting and conferring about that, furloughing those staff that were furloughed before through the end of September, while giving your board time to have further discussions on those services. So when we look at that, how did we balance? All of those items we just talked about. We laid in the additional bargaining. We used the furloughs, layoffs, freezing of vacant positions, backed out the cost of the 4 cost centers, libraries, recreation, youth centers, and standard park. And again, the libraries and those and rec services will be discussed as we go into the adopted budget process. And for those who are listening, that usually starts the later part of July, goes through August, and the board adopts the adopted or approves the adopted budget in September. We just want to give a highlight of what we've been looking at in reduction of revenues. And these are key revenues. This is not all of them. This is just some of them. But we talk about their sales tax. So total for sales tax between the current fiscal year and next fiscal year, again, it's an estimate, is about $400,000. And then our TOT, again, current fiscal year of $1.2 million, next year of an additional $650,000 for a total reduction of TOT of $1.9 million. And that total reduction altogether just in these two line items is $2.3 million between the two fiscal years. So from here, we'll start going through each of our departments who were significantly impacted. And we'll start out first with our board and then our elected department heads. And what we wanted to talk about with the board was a few things in working with the board. You have all indicated that you also wanted to participate in what the other employees were doing with the furloughs. And so we have a form that County Council has drafted. I will work with each of you individually. That is considered, as it is for all of our electeds, it's a voluntary contribution back into the county. And I will work with each of you to get those forms signed and get those down to payroll. The other thing we've done is reduce the travel and training in the board budget, and then we also have removed the costs associated with the board workshop. If we do have a workshop in January, February, it'll be facilitated by staff, and we will use one of our own county buildings to do that.
All right, good morning. So we'll start going through some more of the departments here, and as I go through each one of these, we'll take a break at the end, allow the department head the opportunity to speak into it, and as well as for the board to ask questions. So we'll begin with the auditor controller. There was a voluntary elimination of deferred compensation contribution by the employer. She also reorganized her office, eliminating an account clerk too. Within elections, there was a reduced elections cost by converting to the voting centers, which we implemented, and no significant change in the county clerk's office. So at this time, I would ask our county auditor controller if she would like to add anything. Any questions? All right, very good. We'll move on. Next is our assessor recorder. Voluntary elimination of deferred compensation contribution by the employer, and a reorganization, which you just heard during the consent calendar earlier, which eliminates the assistant recorder and adds in a supervising recorder. And I will allow him an opportunity to come to speak up what that means for his department, if you'd like. All right, any questions? All right, moving right along. Again, treasurer tax collector at the last board meeting, your board approved a reorganization for this department as well, which means the elimination of our revenue recovery manager, elimination of a collections officer, an addition of a revenue recovery supervisor, and an addition of a senior accountant to the treasurer tax collector. And also, as well as he is participating in the elimination of the deferred compensation contribution by the employer. Any questions? Is Justin here? All right. Next is our district attorney. Again, she is also participating in the deferred compensation contribution elimination for this fiscal year. Within this department, there is an elimination of a DA investigator position that is currently staffed, elimination of a part-time investigator as well as a part-time district attorney. Those are currently vacant. This does maintain a full-time deputy district attorney through the use of a grant to partially offset the cost of the general fund. This position has been vacant and has been frozen for the last year, and it's through these grant funds that we're able to balance this out and make it possible for her to keep that position. And I would invite the district attorney if she has anything else to add. Oh, there she is.
Good morning, Vice Chair, members of the board. I did want to make some comments about the elimination of our DA investigator. As you know, we are a small department, not including victim witness staff. If you just look at the DA staff and our investigators, we're 16 individuals. And I currently have 2 DA investigators. And if the board does vote to eliminate the DA investigator, which is mentioned in the supporting documents, that will take us to 1 DA investigator. Just to give you a little bit of comparison to other counties that are similar in size, Amador County, 39,000 people, has 8 DA investigators. Calaveras County, 45,000 people, has 2 DA investigators and 2 additional non-sworn investigators. And then Sutter County has 6 DA investigators. And what's the importance of a DA investigator? Well, they assist our department with investigation of crime and getting cases ready for prosecution. And furthermore, they have a lot of mandates, such as assisting with child abduction. So a few years ago, my DA investigator flew to Louisiana to recover a child that had been taken from our county in violation of a court custody order, and had to locate that child, attend court in Louisiana, secure that child, and bring the child back to Tuolumne County. The DA investigators also assist grand jury, if requested, with the help of serving grand jury subpoenas, and they have a whole lot of functions. My one DA investigator is currently working the parallel investigation for the officer-involved shooting that happened in our county last week. That investigation will then make a recommendation as to whether or not that was a justified shooting or a non-justified shooting, because, of course, my office has to make that determination and issue a report for the public on that officer-involved shooting. So there's a whole lot of functions that DA's investigators are mandated to do and have to do. And it does concern me that going down to 1 is not sustainable. It's not a sustainable cost-saving measure, and we will not be able to continue with some of these functions that we're mandated to continue doing for any lengthy period of time. I will remind the board that we did give up a position last year during a reorg, and we had victim witness who is grant funded take over our receptionist. So we currently don't even have a funded DA receptionist in the office that's funded out of the DA budget. I just feel that currently in public safety, there are many, many challenges, as we all know. And when I look at the landscape, I just get concerned that cuts to public safety at this time during COVID, which have increased our work. My DA investigator is part of the contact trace team. That's another thing he does. When we look at when the courts begin to reopen, the amount of cases that will be flooding back into the court system and the amount of cases that will need assistance with locating witnesses, serving subpoenas, and getting those cases ready for prosecution will certainly be impacted. So I did want to speak to the impacts that this has on our office. They are not small. I realize that everybody is tight, but I do see that when I look at the financial impact as set out on this document and chart, and we go to the total cost savings at the bottom, which is the $543,447. When you look at the impact to our department of the amount that is being given up, it comprises 25% of that number. And I will remind the board that at mid-year, because we had a position that was vacant and frozen, we gave back over $110,000 to the board out of our budget at mid-year. So we continue to try to help work the problem, but I cannot not stand up here today and tell you about the drastic impact that this will have to our department. And so I would ask you to consider that and your tough decisions you have to make here today. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Question?
Thank you
Yes.
very much.
The amount, I don't have a breakdown of the amount of the cost of that DA investigator, so I don't know how many dollars we're talking about.
It's on the chart. It is listed as the financial impact, $134,963.
I didn't have the document.
Oh.
Okay. Now, go ahead again, so I don't have to look at it. What was the amount?
$134,963.
Thank you.
So just to clarify, with all the cuts being proposed, that's the one that you're saying you don't recommend we do without?
Well, I'm only speaking on my department. As district attorney, I'm not going to speak to other
for
departments.
the other ones listed, elimination of part-time investigator, elimination, the one you're fighting for is that DA investigator?
Right.
Based on the circumstances, okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions for the district attorney?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you. All right, moving on now. We will be looking at the sheriff coroner. He is also participating in the voluntary elimination of the deferred compensation by employer. Within the sheriff's cost center, the sheriff's department itself, there's an addition of 3 deputy sheriffs for when the new courthouse opens. However, that cost is completely offset by the courts. They will pick up the cost of those 3 deputies, so there is no impact to the general fund. He is eliminating 2 sheriff's clerks positions as well as 1 community service officer within the sheriff's cost center. And again, in the jail, he is freezing the 5 jail deputy sheriffs and 1 custody support technician and eliminating 1 jail sergeant within that center. He was not able to be here, but he just wanted me to reiterate that this is a temporary solution and not permanent, and it's made possible through the cooperation with his staff working those 12-hour shifts. Any questions?
Questions on this item? Thank you.
Okay, now we'll get into our office. Our office, as you know, is also department head for other departments, one being facilities management. So we were able to reduce our buildings and repairs and maintenance. It was previously funded at $500,000. Now we took that down to $450,000. Capital projects are still at $500,000. We did add 1 full-time maintenance worker as well as a housekeeper in October. The funding is in October to take care of the additional square footage that was added by the addition of the juvenile hall and the jail that will be coming online soon as well. Was not listed here also as the amendment to the TPRD contract, which will come back to your board as well. Within IT, they were able to reduce their services and supplies by approximately $300,000, and we are recommending freezing the IT technician position that's frozen vacant right now until October 1st. I'll take a break and see if our IT director would like to speak into any of this.
Good morning, members of the board. I'm Roger, your IT director. I just want to go over real quickly some of the services that we provide to highlight the department and then talk briefly about what we did cut. The IT department provides services to over 30 locations throughout the county. We maintain and support over 250 different applications and systems. We manage over 100 servers. We maintain and back up nearly 70 terabytes of data for all the departments in the county. We also maintain and support over 1,600 devices that are connected to network at any given time. We manage and support over 20 technology projects a year. Our service desk receives 3,500 support calls a year, over 3,500 support calls a year. And we manage partnerships with a lot of different providers to provide communications throughout the county. We have over 400 radio subscribers. We maintain 8 county radio towers, and we provide 1,500 square miles of radio coverage. In fiscal year 2021, we already reduced our material supplies and services by over $300,000, which Eric mentioned, which is nearly 20% of the IT budget. And then we also reduced material supplies and services in our telecom budget by about $170,000. This reduction is nearly 37% of that budget. I recognize the situation that the county is in, and I recognize that all the departments are impacted with this budget situation. As much as I truly want to be part of that solution, it's also challenging for us, as we have seen in IT over the last 15 years, our staffing levels reduced from over 30 down to 16. We haven't been fully staffed in the last 4 years. Since I've been here, we've had at least 4 vacancies pretty much throughout the entire time. And we're almost to the point where we could be fully staffed and be able to provide the services that are expected of us, but we're not there yet. One of my biggest concerns is that we still have a lot of aging technology that needs to be replaced. We still have a lot of equipment that is 10, 15 years old. We are reducing areas in our budget where we would replace that equipment or at least try to keep it alive in different ways. And so the risk of what's going to happen over the next year is very high. We also have seen an increase in security threats, and we are not in a position to protect ourselves or react to those threats if something does happen in the county. The national average for IT staff compared to end users is 1 to 25. Our ratio is 1 to 45. Even with that shortage, I do want to say this, that we still provide excellent customer service, and I doubt that you ever see any IT person without a smile on their face. It says a lot to the staff that's here and what they've been able to do over the years. Thank you for your time. If you have any questions, I'm available.
I've just got to say something. You folks cover the entire staff and support the entire staff. Two things. This worries me. I'll be honest with you, because this could potentially, and I think will, affect the productivity across the entire staff. I have to say that. While I'm saying that, I want to say thank you to your entire staff. They're working extremely hard with some shortfalls, obviously. But I also I want to thank you personally, because I've seen a dramatic change in performance in your staff under your leadership, and I think you should be very proud of that. And I think your staff should be very proud of it as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
And it does worry me. I have to also go back up to facilities management. I know that's not in your bailiwick, but I'm worried about that too, because we've been underfunded in facilities management my entire tenure on the board. Our facilities are getting worse and worse every year, and cutting that also worries me a great deal. I don't see any alternative to either one, but those two items impact the productivity of everybody in our county staff across all the departments. So this is a tough time. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Oh, we have a question from Supervisor Brennan.
Yeah, maybe more just a comment for Roger and staff, because the comment on security threats, I'm very concerned about that. I am aware of what happened down in Imperial County and how they were literally stopped cold by a security breach and then were held ransom for a substantial amount of money. And I just would like us to be looking at, we don't want to see that situation in Tuolumne County. So comment, and then would like staff to be thinking about any opportunity to, we have so many needs, but that is one that I think could really just stop our county cold.
Thank you. I see Roger nodding, so.
All right, very good. I will continue. And again, based on the direction from last Friday, this budget does not include any significant funding for library, standard park, recreation, or youth centers. Essentially, what's in here is the cost to maintain the facilities and the mandated costs that come with having those departments. And again, that was per your direction on last Friday. Just also, two of the things that were left in was the rent for the Twain Harte Library, which is about $24,000 annually, and the Jamestown Youth Center, which is just over $11,000 annually. So that has been left in there at this point to maintain those facilities. Any questions on library, recreation, youth centers, or standard park? Hearing none, very good. All right, next is our Chief Probation Officer. He has elected to freeze the assistant chief position this year, which has created cost savings in that cost center. And he's also been working diligently to renegotiate some of the current MOUs we have with other counties for juvenile housing, which includes prepaid beds and a direct funding allocation from Mariposa County. I know we heard a lot about this last week, but I would also, again, invite our Chief Probation Officer up to add any comments that he would like and answer any questions.
I don't suppose we have any contracts yet, do we?
Not since Friday, but I did receive communication from Calaveras chief, who was watching our presentation last week, and he's ready to sign. So as soon as we have something, I told him, but possibly by the end of this week. So yeah, we are seeing progress.
Great.
All right, thank you, Chief. Next is our Ag, Animal Control, Air Pollution Control departments. In our Ag Commissioner office, we are recommending the elimination of a Deputy Ag Commissioner and the addition of a Supervising Ag Biologist. Animal Control, elimination of all part-time salaries, and in Air Pollution Control, the addition of an Air Pollution Control Specialist, and I would invite Kelly up to speak to these, which is, yes, correct. The Air Pollution Control is a net zero cost to the county, so it's completely offset. But we would invite Kelly up to speak to the impacts on her other departments with these as well.
Good morning. I'm Kelly Schroeder, the Agricultural Commissioner, Sealer of Weights and Measures, and today I would like to present the impacts of budget cuts on the proposed budget for fiscal year 2021. We have been asked to look at how to permanently reduce costs in our departments. All activities conducted by my staff are mandated. The majority of our costs are offset by contracts with the California Department of Food and Agriculture, mill assessment fees from the purchase of pesticides in California, unclaimed gas tax, and fees through county ordinances and a federal grazing contract. The major portion of the net county cost associated with the Ag Department is allocated to mandated costs determined by the county and for our contract with the United States Department of Agriculture for our Wildlife Services Specialist. With a reduction in general fund, there is a correlation of loss in unclaimed gas tax, which is a large source of revenue for our department. One of the criteria to qualify to receive unclaimed gas tax is that the general fund support must equal or exceed our previous 5-year average. The USDA Wildlife Services Specialist is not a mandated service. However, if we were to lose those services, the impacts to the human health and safety of our community could be severe. The majority of calls received by our Wildlife Service Specialist are human health and safety related. I am recommending that we continue to fund this contract. After a thorough review of how to restructure my department for additional cost savings, I am recommending elimination of the Deputy Agricultural Commissioner position and the creation of a Supervising Biologist position. Many of the job duties that the deputy conducted could be performed by myself or delegated to the biologist staff under my supervision. The new supervising biologist would be able to assist me in supervising the 2 new ag biologists who started on March 2nd of this year, as well as conduct inspections and investigations in the field. Any questions regarding agriculture? John?
Yes, on USDA Wildlife Service Specialist, the cost of that?
Is approximately $85,000 this year. It went up.
And in the past, we received some help with funding from the...
Last year, we were able to work with the Wildlife Services Committee, and they paid for half of his salary or his contract.
Have we approached that committee this year?
Not at this point.
Okay. Might be a good thing to do.
Okay.
So, I'm sorry, I got a little confused. Are we, is this budget recommendation deleting the USDA Wildlife Services Specialist? No.
No, it's to keep our USDA
Okay, thank you.
Wildlife Specialist.
But maybe we can get some help.
I can look into that.
Any other questions from the board?
Okay, then I'll move on to animal control.
Okay.
Okay, so I would like next to discuss animal control. I'm also the animal control director for Tuolumne County. We would like to present the impacts of budget cuts on the proposed budget for fiscal year 2021. After a thorough review of how to reduce costs, we determined that our main option is the unfortunate reduction of 3 relief staff positions. However, this reduction has a profound impact on not only our staff, but the animals that we are sworn to protect. With the reduction in staffing and funding, there comes a greater stress and demand on our remaining employees. The animal control officers will spend more time cleaning kennels and caring for animals, which will diminish their ability to respond to calls in a timely manner. This becomes a public safety issue when we cannot respond to serious incidents quickly. The ability to care for animals after their state-mandated retention time has been met will be significantly reduced. This means a higher euthanasia rate for healthy animals. The animal control officers will not have sufficient time to complete criminal complaints, and licensing revenues will be smaller due to a lack of licensing enforcement by officers. The number of days that the shelter is open to the public will need to be reduced. It is the only way for calls for service and caring for the animal population so that we can complete those duties. My animal control manager and I, Mike Mazook, are very concerned with compassion fatigue amongst our staff. The emotional strain of caring for animals and their plight become a larger problem with less staffing due to higher euthanasia rates and larger workloads. Vacation and time off requests will be harder to fulfill due to the shortage of employees to fill the positions. As I mentioned in the past year, animal control does not have an office receptionist or assistant. We were fortunate enough to work with the Human Services Agency to bring in a part-time person with their help as a receptionist. However, these contracts are only for 6 months and are part-time, and it's not guaranteed that they'll have a person available to help. So thus, this task is also shared by our staff and will be hard to maintain with a reduced staff. We are currently working with the Sheriff's Office to develop a program for inmate kennel assistance. However, due to COVID-19, this may not be a feasible alternative in the future. So, questions, Carl?
Yeah, just a little historical perspective, and I think that Supervisor Gray and Supervisor Brennan will probably concur. Every time we've got animal control, we've lived to regret it, and we've ended up plussing it back up, at least in my memory. This is a critical. We live in a rural, animal-intensive environment. This really concerns me, and I agree with everything on that slide. What kind of community support can we engender to help us do this mission with non-county employee kinds of people? I know there's several organizations that are out there that are plugged in pretty well with our animal control. Is there some way we can increase their capacity?
So Mike and I have been discussing trying to develop a volunteer program. It's going to take time, and talking with other shelters to see how they run theirs. Okay. And with COVID and bringing in other people, the concern for the staff safety becomes an issue as well.
Okay. But you are
yes,
thinking
we are.
in those terms
yes, we are.
And working it.
Yes.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Yeah, no, I was thinking the same thing. Obviously, we haven't made decisions yet, but I think my email and phone blew up more last year over animal control than most things. So I believe if we do go down this road, if we could get a volunteer program, I think our community would jump in. So I think it's something that definitely we got to look into.
Okay.
Yeah, and that would be my comment as well. Like Supervisor Kirk said, there are a couple of major departments that we tend to get a lot of emails with very strong support, and animal control is certainly one of those. So there has to be a pool of people out there that we could potentially draw from. I don't know if there are many kind of grant opportunities to help support a volunteer effort, or if
currently, well, the grant opportunities I've been looking at recently they've stopped all grants. Yeah. It's all COVID related at this point.
And it looks like perhaps a portion of some of these responsibilities that you've listed could be fulfilled by volunteers. Which one? What are some of these jobs that a volunteer couldn't do?
Could not do?
Yeah, could not do.
I'll refer to Mike Mazook, the animal control manager.
I guess what I'm getting at is there's going to be a point where volunteers aren't going to cut it.
Right, and basically I've already researched in our community trying to get volunteers. It's just something that, like we mentioned, I know it's repeated, but there is no office person, so it's I'm in the field or I'm answering phone, so it's a long process for me to do this. I have researched it, and I have developed a partial program for bringing in volunteers. Because like you said, like Carl said, there are many people in this community that do it in a heartbeat. It's just me getting it to the end point. So they would basically be feeding and watering animals and cleaning kennels. So that's the most labor-intensive part. I want to have them answering phones for, take calls for service and things of that nature, or handling any fractious animals or dangerous animals. It would be just domestic animals for cleaning and caring for during the day, and walking and having a dog walking program. So it's something we've started. It's just a very long process for me to get there.
And what's the cost for those part-time salaries? What do we do?
42,000. That's just what I remember.
Yeah, I think it was approximately
42 to 44. Yeah. Okay.
Thanks.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, any other questions for animal control? No? Okay, then I'll move on to air pollution. So the main purpose of the Air Pollution Control District is to enforce the federal and state Clean Air Acts. Our air pollution staff works on both mandated and non-mandated programs. Mandated programs include, but are not limited to, permitting inspections, the burn permit program, air monitoring, and Title V permitting. We also work on non-mandated programs such as the Carl Moyer and the Farmer program, which you approved this morning, which enables industry to update their equipment to be in compliance with emissions regulations. We also ran a green waste voucher program and a wood-burning stove program this past year. The air pollution control budget is 100% funded through state subvention, permitting fees, motor vehicle registration fees, notices of violations, and administrative monies from grants. The current Deputy Air Pollution Control Officer could potentially retire in the next 2 years. Currently, the staff consists of myself, the deputy, and one air pollution control specialist. Succession planning is generally a 12 to 36-month process of preparation. By hiring an additional person, this will help to provide time to identify any potential upward movement of current staff. There are ongoing mandated programs added to the air pollution control districts through regulation, which has added an additional workload to my current staff. An additional person in the department will provide us time to learn these new mandated programs and will also allow us to participate in more grant opportunities, as well as time to further develop the current programs within our department. We have also had an issue with retention. In the past 5.5 years, we have had 3 different air pollution control specialists. The amount of work compared to the salary is not comparable to larger air districts. 2 of the last people have gained experience here and then moved on to larger air districts. There's a substantial dollar amount that goes into training new staff. The potential for upward movement would be an incentive to remain employed by our air district. I would like to reiterate that this is a non-general fund department and no general fund monies will be used to hire a new specialist. Any questions for air pollution?
I just want to clarify, it actually is a general fund
Oh, sorry.
department. There's just no net cost to the general
Yes,
fund,
sorry.
just to make that clear.
Sorry, Tracy.
Any questions? No. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right. We're going to circle back to this one in just a moment, but we will go into the Community Development Department. So within the Community Development Department is an assumption of increased fees for larger projects, freeze vacant environmental health specialist, and eliminate the purchase of a vehicle that they were looking at needing this year as well. So with that, I would ask our director if she would like to add anything or talk about the impacts to her department. She circled around on me. She's like a ninja.
This budget was like a ninja. Good morning, Quincy Yaley, Community Development Department Director. Just for a little bit of background, the Community Development Department includes Housing and Community Programs, Land Use and Natural Resources Division, Code Compliance, Building and Safety, and Environmental Health. CDD has gone through a reorganization last year when we were a part of the Community Resources Agency and broke off back into the Community Development Department, and not including the shifting of several general fund public works staff, such as GIS and survey, we've gone from 28 positions to 23 positions. Some of these positions have remained unfilled in the last several months, leading to this budget in order to prevent the need for a potential layoff. Our department does face uncertainty with revenue next year as a result of COVID. We expect revenues in all divisions to be reduced. Specifically to environmental health, we've received no revenues for summer camp inspections and public pool inspections like we would typically receive annually. Revenues have held during this COVID emergency, which does speak to the reputation of our county as being supportive of the building industry and also to the reputation of our staff as being favorable to work with. While environmental health staff do not carry weapons, they do carry food thermometers and water quality testing kits, which are clear public safety responsibilities. Environmental health, when fully staffed, as we showed the board last year during our discussion of mandated services, is fully staffed at 6 full-time employees with the director. They currently have 3 full-time employees with the director. And at this point, I would like to thank Rob Koslevy and his team of Christy McKinnon, Juliet Tran, and Nadine Martinelli for the hard work that they've been doing. The impacts from maintaining these staffing levels will continue to result in delays of approximately 4 weeks for the review of for environmental health staff to review permits, which includes well septics, as well as building permits and our other discretionary permits and land use. Also, when we have hazmat situations or other public health and safety emergencies such as COVID, our environmental health director is pulled away from this routine work. In the last budget cycle, an environmental health position was eliminated, and in this budget we are proposing to freeze a vacant environmental health position. We're asking for it to be frozen as we're hoping to obtain grant funding that we may be used to fill this position and or continue to evaluate our revenue situation working with the CAO as we move into the next fiscal year. Something less exciting, vehicle replacements. When I came on board, we had no vehicle replacement program, but working with our managers, as well as due to increased revenues, this last year we were able to purchase an incredibly modest vehicle for our department. And that allowed us to transfer a larger vehicle that's 4-wheel drive to our building inspectors. However, our building inspectors put a lot of miles on the vehicles every year, and they're driving vehicles from 2008. These vehicles continually break, and we're grateful to our fleet services who just piece them back together using discarded older vehicles that are out there in the boneyard. So we're grateful to them to try to keep these vehicles limping along. In the next fiscal year, we were hoping to purchase 2 replacement vehicles, and we will just be purchasing 1. Other notable CDD budget nuggets include the receipt, the stopping of the receipt of revenue from the Capitol Jail project. We've had an inspector out there working full-time, and now that the jail is wrapping up, we will no longer be receiving revenue from that project. The budget does include over $400,000 in grant funding, and that funding, along with increased revenues from this year, did allow us to encumber going into next year to be able to pay for the core scope of our climate action plan and our Title 17 update. And later today at 1:30, you will hear a proposal from our department to change and modify how we charge fees for the Land Uses and Natural Resources Division. We do have a current vacant plans examiner position, but due to budget uncertainty along with the COVID situation and impacting revenues, we're really thinking hard about if we're going to be able to fill that position. Overall, the Community Development Department continues to push hard to meet the needs of the community and the county. I was personally expecting some relief in this fiscal year as we were working to bring on a planning manager, as that is also a hat that I wear here at the county in addition to the Community Development Department director. But with this budget, that's just not possible to bring that additional staff member on who would be assisting in and accelerating the review of our use permits, of our EIRs, and our development projects. Along with this budget, I do anticipate in the future bringing additional operational changes to your board, such as requesting permanent modifications to our department's hours, a change in environmental health fees, modifications to our staffing levels for committees and commissions, and significantly reducing the number of times those committees and commissions meet, and with the potential of even eliminating some of those conditions, committees and commissions. And I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Yes. We have a project, the NDRC buildings, 2 of them, and Ken, the fellow that's working over at the jail, wouldn't he be working on those particular buildings at some certain level?
We have spoken with the county administrator's office about that and recognized any potential revenue that would come in. They do not require a full-time inspector like the jail did, but we will be doing some plan reviews. So the CRCs are included in our projection for the next year.
Thank you.
I want to be clear that you all have been working underpersoned for some time, and it is impacting the turnaround times and all of that stuff. And this is going to continue because of this budget. And I just want the public to understand your office or your department is one that interacts with the public a lot. And the public just needs to understand that we're not going to be able to do business going forward, at least this year. Certainly not any better, and maybe not as well as we've done in years past because of decreased manning and stuff in the department. And I just want that out in the public. Am I misstating? Or I know you're going to try and keep the level of performance up, but let's be real.
Yeah, well, here's the challenge that not just my department, but all of our departments are faced with, is that you have incredible employees who, even when they are faced with budget reductions, will continue to perform above 100%. And so it leads to staff burnout, it leads to exhaustion, it leads to mistakes, it leads to delays. And it's not just my department or me or my managers. I mean, we're working pedal to the metal over and above, but a lot of all the other county departments are doing that too.
I understand. I wanted the public to hear that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have some more items to speak about, but we have several people waiting to speak on some of the items that have been discussed thus far. So I will open up public comment for the budget hearing up to this point. And if people would like to speak on additional items as they come, you'll have another opportunity at the end of the presentation. The printed agenda has a 3-minute time limit for public comment, so I will hold you to that. Just to keep that in mind. And let's hear from our first person.
Hello. My name is Samantha Hubner, and I'm a parent and member of the Tuolumne County. And I appreciate the very difficult decision that the Board of Supervisors has to make regarding Standard Park. Throughout the stay-at-home order, everything has been different. We shop differently. We educate our children differently. We exercise, work, celebrate successes differently. We've had to learn to be creative and think outside the box. This is a time to get together and find a solution to allow the youth of Tuolumne County to thrive the benefits of sports. It's not only the health and fitness, but there's so much more. The responsibility of getting their gear together, showing up on time to practice, coming to games, being a team player, camaraderie, skills, respect. These lead to lifelong habits and support the physical and their mental health. Soccer practice and games days support our local community, our local economy. We spend money, we buy our gear, cleats, balls, guards, shin guards, nets. We buy gas to get to Standard Field. We celebrate our sports successes which include buying ice cream and pizza. And when our grandparents and other family members come to support the kids, we go to restaurants. We buy snacks for practice. We shop retail while the kids are at practice. These things happen 2 to 3 times a week for several months. Personally, I have 3 kids, and typical soccer day, we're in town all day, which means on Saturdays we buy up to 3 meals in town, and we're not the only ones. We've seen teammates and many soccer jerseys throughout the town, and we've been doing this for 8 years. On a side note, my 3 kids go to 3 different schools, so I go to practice, and we spend time driving to pick them up and get them to their practice fields. We have to buy gas and food for all that. If all parties think outside the box, maybe we could raise funds, maybe explore the idea of a volunteer committee that can spearhead funding, i.e. temporary selling tickets to game days, or registration fees that would allow them to purchase a season pass and have the opportunity to for other family members to maybe volunteer their time to clean up the park, empty trash, fill paper towels, clean the parks, sports gear swap meets. All parties have an interest in supporting the youth, and we can find a solution together. Parents and staff can come together with the COVID-19 plan to keep their people safe. My confusion is the plan I see the plan for safety such as Lowe's and Walmart being no plan for safety for Walmart and Lowe's enforced. We should be able to do a better job in keeping our family safe on the sports field. If
Thank
we
you.
neglect
I'm sorry, I have
our
to cut
youth
you off
and
there.
mental health for the
I have to cut you off there in fairness to the other people that are waiting to speak. Thank you very much for your comments.
Thank you. Thank you so much for holding. Are you ready to speak to the board? Okay. You're on with the board.
Good morning, board members.
Go ahead.
My name is Jennifer Lothert, and I'm a local attorney and a business owner. But most importantly, I'm a mother, and I am calling today on behalf of my children to encourage the funding of Standard Park. I have lived and worked in this county by choice for almost 20 years. I was not born and raised here. I have lived in many places in this great country, and I've traveled abroad. I choose this county as my home because I believe it is the best place to raise my children. I have 6 amazing children, a wonderful spouse, and an amazing network of families and friends here who, in many different settings, nurture my children as they grow to be adults. It takes a village, truly, and I've seen some of my village today at this meeting. I feel that my village is very strong here in Tuolumne County, and this village offers education and recreational opportunities that you do not and cannot get in a big city. It is why many, many families choose Tuolumne County to call home. This village has always been able to offer sports and recreation as one facet of nurturing my children's growth. Their participation in sports and recreational activities has allowed them to take direction from other adults, learn teamwork, discipline, resiliency, courage, and hard work. Soccer and other sporting activities that are provided to our youth give children positive memories that don't involve a device, a computer, or a screen of any kind. As educated and informed board members, I don't believe you need to hear from me the many benefits to children from not only being outside, but participating in team sports and other recreational activities. I tell you all of this as a reminder. Do not treat Tuolumne County like the Bay Area, the Valley, or Sacramento. Again, the choice of many families to live here is in large part because of the recreation and outdoor opportunities that not opening Standard Park, libraries, and many other youth opportunity activities is going against. The job of you as leaders of this county is to invest in our community's priorities. And I believe that it is our priority to invest in our children. If you as a board are making decisions to support our youth, then if you are making decisions not to support our youth, you are making decisions not to support our community's future.
Thank you very much.
Sports allow for the positive outlook.
I'm sorry, I have to have you in there. We have a 3-minute time limit for each public comment that was on the printed agenda, and we have to be fair to everyone who'd like to speak today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
on with the board.
Hi, this is Christine. So the opening of outdoor recreational facilities should be made a priority for the county's budget. Research has proven that children with access to extracurricular activities, especially during the summer months when school is not in session, have better outcomes socially and educationally. I think it's the responsibility of the county government to prioritize budget dollars to support the needs of the residents in the area, especially those at risk, which include our children who have been without their normal social and educational networks due to the impact of COVID-19. To ignore these carries a risk of greater impact to mental health and potential criminal activities. Based on the phased opening strategy and new information from CDC about the spread of COVID-19, showing that outdoor activity and surface transfer infection risk is lower than originally thought, there's no reason to continue to keep these facilities closed when other services and businesses have been allowed to open. The long-term impact of closing the fields to the local community has the potential to cost the county much more than small operating costs of keeping them open today. The cost for need of more public safety resources would skyrocket when they take away the very few opportunities of activities and organized sports that keep children out of trouble and healthy physically and emotionally. Modesto is opening their fields June 21st. What action will you take to ensure that these facilities will open this month with Standard Park? And I've heard year over year that we're going to open more facilities, and now with budget cuts, it sounds like we're going to have to close the one that we have, the few that we have. And so I'm just trying to understand the logic behind taking away the budget for that and how that would help us in the long run. This is going to cost us a lot more.
Thank you very much for your comments. Do we have someone else on hold? About how many more people do we have on hold? 3 more? Okay.
Thank you so much for holding. Are you ready to speak to the board? Okay. You're on with the board.
This is Jet Musio with Hazy Bulldog Farms. Thank you again for letting me speak. I just wanted to real quick say some numbers. If the county were to open up manufacturing, growing, and retail cannabis businesses, in 2 years, the company would have a $10 million valuation, 50 local jobs, and $500,000 in tax revenue.
Sir?
We've now been talking about this for 2 years. Wouldn't it be great if we had $500,000 extra in the coffin right now? In 10 years,
so you're talking about the same item that you spoke about in the public. Okay, Mr. Muzio, you're making the same comments you did in the oral communication portion, so we will have to move on to someone else who has comments pertaining to the. I'm going to look to county council here.
This is budget related. I think he's allowed to speak.
Okay.
Importantly, hope that we're going to need in the next decade. And lastly, to animal control, reach out to us. We'll help. Let's generate some money. Let's save some dogs' lives. What the heck? Thank you very much for letting me speak.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much for holding. Are you ready to speak to the board? Thank you so much for holding. Are you ready to speak to the board? Thank you so much for holding. Are you ready to speak to the board? Okay, you're on with the board.
Good morning, board. My name is James Evans. I'm a local school board member, dad, educator, and I wanted to speak on behalf of the budget today. Appreciate your difficult position in not only the current pandemic, but also the tight budget situation that we're in. I sent you all an email that includes an aerial photograph of Standard Park on Saturday morning. There's anywhere from 3,000 to 4,000 people that are going through Standard Park. You can see from the image the overflow parking into adjacent church, local fields. It really is the most trafficked and used space in the county, probably year-wide, on a weekly basis. And just wanted to speak on behalf of what's already been currently canceled for this summer, as far as just the impact of starting next week. Annual camps for preschoolers for school-age children have been canceled. 2 weeks from now, another large camp that an outside university comes and operates for us has been canceled. Adult activities of softball, etc. And just wanted to ask the board to explore, as I have to do as a board member, just giving delegated questions to those who are supporting you. Are there other opportunities that we could have for a public-private partnership with a space like Standard Park? Is it possible for it to be volunteer-run? Are there other revenue sources that are possible with a space like that regarding parking or admittance fees? Just really ask for your creativity to not look at it as a binary. And as an early educator, as another caller said earlier, that we know the obvious outcomes that are positive, and on the preventative health side of keeping activities like this possible. I grew up here. The reason why I moved back here is for the unique opportunity for my children to be in the mountains and to be a part of a special community. So just really exhort you guys to do a great job at delegating and getting creative about how can we perhaps have a private public partnership or have other groups operate spaces like Standard Park so they can continue. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your comments. CAO Riggs, there was a couple of things brought up there. I believe the closures of Standard Park at present are more driven by the COVID-19 crisis than the budget. However, when we look at a point in the future where we could open the parks, are some of those things being considered volunteer-driven options there? Any other information?
Right, so the fee structure, volunteers, all of that will be coming back to your board at a later date. I was just communicating with Dr. Ortiz just to double check to see if there had been an update that I wasn't aware of. Right now, any live audience sports are still in stage 4, which could be months away for those types of activities, which would include Standard Park, as the last gentleman just noted. You could look at almost any day during the week, especially weekends, and there's thousands of individuals down at that park. That's the types of reasons why that would not open until stage 4. The others, it could be a month away or so. If we were able to open them, those are more financial driven, and then, of course, waiting for legislation to see if we might get additional financial help. Standard Park itself, though, would still be closed under the current health order by the governor's executive order as well as the state public health officer.
Okay. All right. We have more people waiting to speak.
Thank you so much for holding. Are you ready to speak to the board?
Hello?
You're on with the board.
Okay. My name is Mary Mackey, and I thank you for your thoughtful consideration of my comment. I just wanted to comment about the closures of the youth activities in our county. I grew up in this beautiful county. My mom was a single mom, worked for the county as a social services worker. I've been educated by Sonora L, Sonora High, Columbia Junior College, went on to a university, came back, served my community working for the county. As a single mom, I was sent to the library, to the rec center, to the pool. I played sports. I did all the things that were available because my mom wasn't home. She was working. And if I didn't have that, I cringed to think of what would have happened to me. And the at-risk youth today, like I was, are not line items. We can't just delete them. And cutting these programs will likely have a very detrimental effect on these kids that we care and we want to keep safe, that we care for and want to keep safe. Please consider an alternative. I know as a business owner, I would contribute what I can, but with us keeping all of our businesses closed when we know that the COVID crisis is not what they said in the beginning, is causing so much of a snowball effect that it's going to be very difficult for us to dig our way out of it. In the meantime, we're risking increase in crime, increase in abuse, increase in drugs, because our kids are not going to be active. Not every parent has the opportunity to be there 24/7 for their kids. So I just ask you to please, please, please consider, as a testimony from the person who grew up here, I just think it's a terrible idea.
Thank you. And I think we have one more person. Okay. So if you are calling in after this point, we will close the public comment, and then you'll have another opportunity to speak at the end of the budget presentation. So we have one more person.
Okay. Go ahead. Okay. Hi, my name is Renee, and I was just calling in on the fact of the youth centers and rec departments being closed and shut down. We just live in a small community, and for our kids and the young generation, there's not much for them to do up here, and to take that away from them would be a huge disappointment to our community. With the youth centers and preschools and ones that are affordable up here for our kids to learn would also be a huge disappointment. So I just wanted to call in and give my statement and my opinion that I think the rec department and youth centers should be open for the kids up here, because they're the future. And that's all I have to say, I guess.
All right. Thank you very much, Renee. Appreciate your comments. And as I said, if you would still have comments on this item, you will have another opportunity to speak after the presentation. Cia Riggs, would you please continue?
Yes, our next slide here is Special District Admin. We are recommending the elimination of the engineering technician that's in this cost center, as well as the cost center entirely from the general fund department. It's our recommendation that we move all of these services and into the Public Works Department, and our Public Works Director will speak more into that later. With that said, we have one last department, or correction, two last departments for the general fund, both of which include the Public Defender. And secondly, that would conclude our general fund presentation. So if your board would like to take a break following that, it would be a natural place to do that.
Okay. So because my wife is employed by the Public Defender's Office, I'll be recusing myself on this item. Thank you.
Thank you.
You guys ready for this? All right, go ahead.
All right, continuing. So within the Public Defender's Office itself, they've been able to make a minor reduction in their supplies and their training within the department. The most notable changes are within the Public Defender's Conflict Division Office. He has two part-time legal assistants. One is vacant, one is currently filled. We are recommending elimination of both of those positions for this fiscal year. There's also an increase of about $100,000 to outside counsel for new pending cases, which are a couple of high-profile cases that have been assigned to their office or outside counsel, as well as, I believe, about 16 misdemeanor appeals that have been assigned to outside counsel by the courts as well. Yes, and I would just point out that by eliminating the legal assistance, those two attorneys in that department will be doing their own clerical work as well. Our public defender is working on some remedies to help provide some relief. Unfortunately, he can't be here with us today to speak into that, but we will get more information for your board on that as well. Are there any questions on this?
I do have a question about the increased 100,000. That's on top of what we've already budgeted for outside counsel?
Correct. Previously in the budget, we'd built in $100,000 with a couple of cases we've picked up in that line item. We're expecting those costs to go up significantly, as well as all these misdemeanor appeal cases that were assigned out by the courts to outside counsel.
Is that because of like conflict of interest issues and whatnot?
Yes,
That's
they
why.
conflict out here. Correct.
Okay. All right.
Those are conflict cases, right?
Correct.
So it's not shifting work from inside counsel to outside counsel.
Correct. Those are cases, for one reason or another, our public defender's office and our public offender conflict division have conflicts on.
Okay, thank you.
And there are some high-profile cases, which is what's driving the cost as well. So with that,
And just so I'm clear, I don't mean to be nitpicky, but is that money assigned specifically only for those cases, or if there's any leftover funds, those would still remain?
correct. It would go towards outside
Specifically,
counsel, yes.
okay. Thank you.
So with that, we would ask your board to take separate action on this item. And so the recommendation would be to eliminate the 2 halftime positions and authorize staff to issue the layoff notice. And second recommendation, provide staff direction on any final adjustments to the budget for the Public Defender's Office or the PD Conflict Division.
We do need public comment first.
Yeah, but before we go there, are you looking for a motion on this or staff direction?
So on the first, we would need a motion for the authorization to issue the layoff notice and eliminate the position. And the second one would be a direction on final development of those budgets.
So I'd be happy to make the motion after public comment.
Any public comment? No public comment? All right. Take it back for a vote. Or staff.
Motion on staff recommendation.
Second.
All right.
Roll call.
Roll call vote. Sherry, you there?
Yes.
All right, District.
You want me to do it?
Sure.
Okay, so Supervisor 1 District Sherry Brennan, you said yes?
Yes.
Supervisor 3 Anaya Kirk?
Yes.
Supervisor 4 John Gray?
Aye.
Supervisor 5 Carl Roderfer?
Aye.
And District 2 is absent.
All right, thank you. That is all that we have for the general fund at this time.
We break in or bring in Supervisor Campbell? Oh, here he comes.
I would leave that to the vice chair.
Want to take a break?
So at this time, we'll take a 10-minute break and reconvene at 11:22.
All right, thank you. The fiscal year 2021 recommended budget, but at this time we will be going turn over to our Director of Public Works, Kim McFarland.
Good morning, Board. I'm Kim McFarland, and with me is our Business Manager, Janelle Giannini. I'm so sorry, Janelle. And we're going to cover a little bit on Public Works. Can you hear me okay? So our department has 8 divisions with 4 funds. So airports has 2 enterprise funds. The solid waste group has the solid waste management compliance fund. Surveying, GIS, and special districts are all under the general fund. And then we have our business, fleet services, engineering, road ops, and we actually have a capital, separate capital fund, but that's all under the road fund. So the county oversees 2 airports, Columbia Airport and Pine Mountain Lake. For Columbia Airport, we have operating expenses of roughly $635,000. They bring in their revenues through rents and concessions primarily. When they have capital projects, they can bring them in through they get grants from the Federal Aviation Administration. They have 2 runways. One is grass. Pine Mountain Lake is, can't hear me? No, better? Sorry. I don't have to repeat all that, do I? Okay. So the Pine Mountain Lake services really only Pine Mountain Lake community, and they have operating expenses of about $113,000. However, this is not an FAA airport for a variety of reasons. And so when they have to do any major capital projects, that would come out of the general fund. So their general fund contribution for this year coming up will be about $60,000. We are not asking for any changes or actions right now.
How does that compare to previous years, that $60,000 general fund contribution?
As I understand from, even closer, okay. As I understand from Benny, our airport manager, it can vary anywhere from $40,000 to $70,000 each year.
Okay.
And
we've been just, I don't know how read into that you are, but we've been trying to, I've been trying, I'll just rephrase that, to reduce that down every year, just so you know.
Yeah, I'm a little bit up to speed, but Benny probably has a lot more he could tell me.
Okay.
Yep.
Kim, real quick on the airports. Similar with Supervisor Roda for getting that cost down. What things are we renting out the airports that we could potentially look at changing fees on? Airport hangars, whatever.
So, are you talking about for Pine Mountain Lake?
Just to get that $60,000 down.
So what I understand from Benny is that it is really tough to get business out there. So additional concessions. That's where Columbia brings in hundreds of thousands of dollars in rents and concessions, and there just isn't the business out at Pine Mountain Lake for that. So I don't know if Benny wants to come up and maybe add. Here he comes.
Because if it's under the same umbrella as airports, I don't know if we could do more at Columbia Airport to offset that $60,000.
The primary revenue generators up at Pine Mountain Lake are for hangars, long-term parking permits, excuse me, and some funding from the state through the CAP program, and that's about it. It differs from Columbia Airport, and Columbia Airport has a lot of fixed-based operators and other businesses that operate out of the airport, which Pine Mountain Lake does not have. So while the revenue streams are similar, the amount between the two are vastly different.
Okay. I think just kind of back to my airport hangar thing, how are we across the board with other airports with what we're charging rents and?
So we did a market rate study about 3 to 4 years ago, and we are pretty much right in the middle in between other airports. Down in Mariposa, we're much lower than, but then other places like Stanislaus County or Amador County, we're right about even with. Calaveras, we're right about even with as well.
So maybe if that was 3 or 4 years ago, could we maybe look at that again, see if we're in comparison, maybe we could bring the revenues up a little bit there?
Sure, we could. Just for clarification, the revenue, so the per square footage rental amounts for hangars up at Pine Mountain Lake are significantly higher than we do for like Columbia. So Columbia, they range from 19 to about 32 cents a square foot, depending on the type of hangars and when they were built. Up at Pine Mountain Lake, there's only 5 county-owned hangars, and it runs in the high 30s for that. So it's already pretty high, and people are very cost sensitive to that. When we do have vacancies for hangars, they tend to remain vacant for 4 or 5, 6 months at a time before we find new people that want to be in there.
Well, I guess if you could, and I know this is all right here on the spot, maybe do a comparison if it was 3 or 4 years ago, and see if maybe that's a way to maybe offset that 60 if we raise some fees at Columbia.
Sure, that's a valid point.
Okay, thanks.
Just real quick, just Benny, if you could clarify if I'm wrong, but that fee study increase for the rent does include a CPI every year. So while it was done 3 years ago, it does increase every year by the CPI. And to your other comment about moving money from one airport to the next, we can't do that. It's not allowed in this instance.
There is an issue up at Pine Mountain Lake, and we aren't eligible for grant funding that we are eligible for at Columbia because of the nature of that airport up there. And we have looked over the years at trying to do what's required up there to make us eligible for that grant funding. And we don't seem to be making much progress on that. I think that's why that $60,000, that's more than 50% of their operating expenses, if that slide's accurate, that we are paying for out of the general fund, and that's pretty much a community airport up there. It's not a county airport in the true sense of the word. And that kind of irks me a little bit, especially when they won't agree to do the things that we need to do to make ourselves eligible for that grant funding. So that $60,000 really sticks in my craw a lot. And
probably doesn't bother me as much as it bothers you.
Bothers me.
I understand that.
There's a lot of underlying things on that, Carl, that we know. There's a higher tax base for the houses along the airport. There's some contributing factors that make it beneficial. But I do agree. Almost 12 years. I started working on this 11 and a half years ago to get the through the fence done. I'm not pointing at you, Benny. It's a reality. We just can't seem to get that thing fixed, and it's total frustration. If we get it fixed, that all goes away. So for the next person that sits in this seat, hopefully they can do a better job than I did to try to get that resolved. But we need to do it.
I'm almost convinced until you zero out that general fund contribution and make that airport operate on what it earns, that we're not going to make any progress.
Supervisor Campbell, so actually Kim and I have talked about this, and we will work, the three of us, Benny and Kim and I will, this is on our agenda to come back later in the year to start that process of through the fence. I've spent some time talking with Chris, so we can start having the meetings with the individuals up there and start having these discussions about some alternatives. If we didn't do this, what would some of those alternatives be? And we know that those will not be easy discussions, but I think it's time that we have them.
We have to do it.
Yes.
We have
It's
to.
just
So
been a long
we will
time.
be bringing that back, that conversation back to your board in the near future.
That's $60,000. I mean, I listen to the public on parks and libraries and all the other things. That $60,000, in my view, is money we should not be spending.
In all fairness, if this has been going on for 11 and a half years working on it, what are we waiting for? We need funds.
That's what I was just saying. So I've not worked
when-
on it the last 11 and a half years,
know.
but we will work on it this year.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Supervisor Brennan.
I think that this is something that we're bringing back. Library would be adopted in the final in September, and I think this item should be included in that conversation.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll do that. All right, so good to move on. So solid waste, this is a group that oversees the collection and disposal contracts. They promote our recycling program. They take care of all the electronic waste and hazardous waste for the county. Their operating expenses I have roughly as $1.2 million because it really varies depending on what kind of capital projects we're doing. Last year we did some improvements to the Pinecrest transfer station. This year we have to put in new gas vent or monitoring wells at the Big Oak Flat landfill so that we have the responsibility of 2 closed landfills. And these are constant monitoring and reporting to the water board, and we'll have years and years of this. So we really need to start thinking about what we set aside in case there's another failure, hopefully not, but also just for the long-term closure of these. So, did you have a question?
Yeah, just real quickly, very briefly, what's involved in long-term closure?
So often you know that these haven't been in use since I think the 60s or 70s. And so what happens is we have to show a certain number of years with, minimal methane gas, no contamination to the groundwater. I mean, it's...
Okay.
Yeah. So surveying and GIS is a relatively small group of highly skilled folks, and they really support our development community as well as the Office of Emergency Services, Sheriff's Office, and CAL FIRE, and more recently, Public Health with the contact tracing for COVID. Their operating expenses are around $500,000, and they do bring in some revenue through permitting and fees. However, a lot of the services that they provide are not, they don't charge out the other agencies, or other departments, excuse me. And then, of course, some of the things that the surveyor provides, such as records of survey and subdivision maps, those are mandated by law. And we are not making any recommendations for changes on this division either. So special districts, Eric already covered this, but we as a county have not taken any new subdivision roads into the county maintained system since I think it was 1989. So when you have these new subdivisions, they have to figure out ways to fund their own road repairs and snow plowing. But the county oversees the contracts. And so our operating expenses have been roughly around $100,000. It really is only a half-time job, though, for an engineering tech. And normally what we do is we can add revenue to this cost center by doing additional projects in capital with engineering, but it just really depends on if we have the capital projects available and the skills and ability of the engineering tech. So engineering, fleet, and road operations, and this also includes our business group. This is by far our largest division. Public Works has about 60 employees, and this division is 45 of them. Our operating expenses are about $8.3 million a year, and this covers all of your snow plowing, your road maintenance, any administration of public works projects. Our main revenue source is really the highway user tax account and the road maintenance, let me see if I can get it right, road maintenance and rehabilitation account, or SB1 money. And so that's all really gas tax funds, and anytime there's a hit to gas tax funds, we feel it in the road fund. Our capital projects, these are all a separate fund, and I really should have shown that a little differently on that first slide. But I didn't put any number here because it really depends on what projects we accomplish. Last year we expended about $6 million on capital projects. That would be your bridges and any road major road repairs. This picture is of Marsh's Flat Kelly Grade, which was completed last year. And we're anticipating, I think we're projecting $13 million for capital projects for this coming year. So that brings us to COVID and the road fund. So as a result of the stay-home order, fuel consumption has decreased greatly. In April, our CSAC representative told all of us during a CSAC call that the vehicle travel had decreased by 40 to 50% based on cell phone data. And just recently, and Janelle could probably attest to this, we received our first May SB1 payment, and it's down by 40% from the same time last year. So it seems to be tracking well with the 40%. HUDA taxes are basically fuel taxes and weight fees, whereas SB1 includes vehicle registration. And for July, we'll be getting a new $100 vehicle registration tax on the zero-emission vehicles, as well as some inflationary adjustments. So what we're hoping is that those changes to SB1 will really, when they kick in, will really help offset some of the decreases in the gas consumption. So for 2021 budget proposal, I just would like to say that all of the road fund managers, so fleets, business, engineering, the road superintendent, we all got together and really worked hard to eliminate any kind of expenses, knowing what we were going into for 2021, such as new equipment. We decimated our training budget. We did everything we could, but it still resulted for us to balance with what we had. We had to propose 7 positions for either elimination or freezing. The stars indicate the ones that we're actually proposing to eliminate. and the ones without the star are for freezing, where we hope that if we can get a change in gas tax revenues by the middle of the year, we can add those back in. Our environmental analyst had been doing a lot of the permit processing, and we do about 200 a year. And so we would like to add in a half-time position as a permit tech, which is a much lower position than an environmental analyst, in order to ensure that we provide our customers with some decent service. So all these positions, all in, it's about a $500,000 savings to the road fund and $80,000 saving to general fund. So going forward, our division will look more like this. We will actually still have four funds, but we'll have 7 divisions with the elimination of the special districts. And what will happen is all those tasks will now be absorbed by the junior engineer. So in closing, a lot of what we've just discussed, those 7 positions will result in some impacts to our services, obviously. First and foremost is probably our customer service. We probably will have a delayed response time for road maintenance requests, permitting and grading inspections. So that includes anything that's compliance related for grading. We may even see some reduced hours of operation, which, we've been operating with a closed office to the public, and we've been doing quite well with online services, so we'll have to see how that plays out. And unfortunately, we may have some reduced cross-functional support to our other departments. For capital and new development projects, there could be delays in project delivery, and even more scary to Janelle probably is a lapse in funding. And then equipment reliability, we had been on a plan to replace a lot of our aging fleet and equipment, but of course we had to put that on hold for this year. So we do worry about that, and we just recently lost a water truck, so it's not a good position to be in. And then we've always said at Public Works that our staff are really our greatest asset, and when we start loading more work onto these folks and doing these kinds of cuts, and we're having our managers and the executive confidential are taking a pay cut, which, by the way, had they not done that, we probably would have had to add in another road worker position. So their concessions have greatly helped the road fund. Anyways, we do worry about the potential loss of highly skilled staff. So do you want to add anything? Okay. Any questions?
Yes. The possible lapsing funds, now those would be projects that we have received grant funding for, and maybe we didn't perform in the length of time that was supposed to be performed in. Is that what we're talking about there?
So there's a certain amount of time where you have to start expending projects exactly, and then they become inactive. So maybe we just did the preliminary engineering and we can't go all the way through due to resources, or and so you have the potential of losing those funds.
Yeah, I think it's important that if that comes close, that the board knows what's going on there, because why would we want to lose several millions of dollars to save 80?
Right. We keep a close eye on it for sure.
Yeah. Are we looking at potentially getting extensions on those grant funds, or
we do.
Because they're extending personal taxes and a whole bunch of other stuff? Because of COVID, I would think that we've got a window of opportunity to pursue some extensions on those.
I don't know that anything has been brought up related directly to COVID, but they definitely asked for time extensions. Did you guys want to add something, or I wasn't sure if you were looking. Tanya, did you want to add anything, our engineering manager? They know all about extensions.
So a lot of our capital fund is federally granted, and every program is different. You have the Highway Bridge program that usually extends to about 10 years to make sure that you're shelf ready going through into your right-of-way negotiations. Your HSIP are 2 years. So we closely watch all of these grant programs and follow it. If there's a need for an extension, a lot of times we have environmental delays up here due to our context-sensitive areas, that we take that into account. We're constantly working closely with our local assistance branch through Caltrans, who is the liaison for FHWA.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Hey, regarding impacts the services, delayed response time for road maintenance requests. I know I brought up the idea. Is there any way to apply some technology to some things moving forward, like that app we talked about last year,
So
just to help offset some of the?
yeah. So unfortunately, that does require a lot of IT support, and they're a little short-staffed.
Right.
So I'm sorry.
Maybe that will be my 11.5-year
Yeah.
plan.
More questions from the board for staff? Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Next up would be our Health and Human Services Agency, and they'll be presenting.
Good morning, Vice Chair Campbell, members of the board, Rebecca Espino, Human Services Agency Director. Thank you for the opportunity to present our Health and Human Services Agency budgets. But before we begin, I must acknowledge that today's presentation is only possible because of a 13-member budget Congress and each department's fiscal staff who have worked for months to create this most recent version 17 of our budget. Although we have had a few budget sessions that included the gnashing of teeth, we got through it, but we continue to pray for money to fall from the skies. I've been blessed to be surrounded by a team of passionate, talented, inspired, and hardworking staff. We are 205.3 strong. And HHSA makes up about 30% of the county's employees. Since we are a non-general fund department, our budgeting protocols require that the department not only balance our budget, but we must use no more than 50% of our prior year's ending fund balance. This balance helps ensure that our departments remain solvent, which limits potential exposure to the general fund. And as your board is aware, close to 100% of our programs are mandated, which means that if any of our mandates do not have the funds to administer a program or to cover a cost, we, the county, remain financially responsible. Lastly, a robust ending fund balance helps the department build the following year's budget. Lisa Heeb-Stock will present on public health.
Good morning. So for public health, our mission is to promote and protect the health and well-being of in Tuolumne County. We have 10 essential public health services that we do. We monitor health status to identify and solve community health problems, diagnose and investigate health problems and health hazards in the community, inform, educate, and empower people about health issues, mobilize community partnerships and actions to identify and solve the problems, develop policies and plans that support individual and community health efforts, enforce regulations that protect health and ensure safety, link people to needed personal health services, and assure the provision of health care when otherwise unavailable, assure competent public and personal health care workforce, evaluate effectiveness, accessibility, and quality of personal and population-based health services, and research for new insights and innovative solutions for health problems. We have over 23 programs to serve the community. The programs vary in focus, with many programs having a health equity focus point, which is to reduce health disparities experienced by vulnerable populations.
Wendy Hoffman-Brady, I'm with HHSA. And I'm speaking to this slide for the revenue, the loss of revenue that we have in realignment. Specifically, we have reviewed several analyses from different associations, and we stuck with CWDA's, which is County Welfare Directors Association. We've used their latest estimates to help us project the loss because the analysis was more comprehensive for our departments. The possible good news that we have is the state budget hearings are discussing the possibility of providing state general fund backfill for some of our realignment programs. And although we are hopeful that this may happen, we still must base our budget on what we know is what we have at this time. So we have a large decrease of $444,000 in realignment revenue, and that's just in public health. There's also an increase in our mandated costs. The A87 is usually our largest increase in expenses for mandated, and the A87 costs are indirect overhead costs generated from county general fund departments like the CAO's office, IT, auditor, controller facilities, and these costs are allocated to non-general fund departments and non-county departments that benefit from these general fund departments. So in between the loss of revenue and the increase in mandated costs, we started this year's budget with a $664,000 shortfall.
So, some mitigation strategies. First off, we're always looking for money, and so we're going to continue to apply for new revenue-enhancing grants. To decrease costs, we're converting and deleting positions. We're doing employee concessions. We're reducing part-time and overtime salaries to the best of our abilities. We're eliminating non-mandated travel and training from the realignment portion of the budget. And we're limiting all capital improvement projects, as well as looking at lease and rental costs. The current building we reside in, the lease is up in 2021, and so we're looking at all possible strategies regarding that. Impact to our budget, though, is that due to COVID, we can't draw down our grant funding currently because we've redirected staff that we're currently drawing down. So we are using some of the different grants, but it is impacting our budget. Also, due to the furloughs coming up, each person in the department is grant funded, and so if we're furloughed, we can't pull that money down. So it does affect us and our realignment funding. We have anticipated increased caseload costs, or excuse me, not costs, increased caseloads due to the economic impacts. We've seen an increase currently, but we're expecting more once the extra $600 a week for unemployment goes away. We've also seen an increase in existing staff's workload. I know you've all have seen multiple staff working on the weekends, and we've had some staff that haven't had a day off since early March. And we're also really worried about staff turnover, an increase in the unanticipated leaves that might happen because of just anxiety surrounding everything. So it also impacts the staff morale. So thank you.
Okay, so I get the next couple of slides for public health. Steve Boyack, Health and Human Services Agency. I'm going to speak to budget risks. As your board knows, each one of our departments receives realignment funding, either in the form of 1991 realignment or in the form of 2011 realignment. In public health, we receive 1991 realignment and VLF realignment from 1991. And as the economy continues to turn down, this is going to impact public health revenue in a way that requires us to constantly monitor. We're looking at every association we can, the estimates that are coming in almost on a daily basis concerning this realignment revenue that could have a serious impact on operations moving forward. And we have made adjustments accordingly moving into the recommended budget. Another risk, of course, is the cost of jail and juvenile detainees' medical costs. We're expecting to see a rise in those medical costs over the next few years, primarily due to AB 109 transfers of higher level medical costs due to inmates that are staying much longer in incarceration that may have chronic illnesses that we have to manage moving on into the future. So you're looking at things like medications, possible hospitalizations. So we're keeping our eye out for those types of costs and budgeting accordingly, but that is an enormous risk for public health. Also, the downturn in the economy most likely will result in reductions in our grant revenue. As you know, in public health, many of our programs are grant revenue provided, so trying to keep our finger on the pulse of what those allocations are going to be looking like into the future. So, in public health, we built a budget that starts out with an estimated year-ending fund balance moving into next year of $1.1 million. we're estimating revenue to be about $5.7 million with an estimated expense at $6.3 million. So the result of the budget in public health will leave us with a contingency of about $581,000, which is about 50% of the fund balance that we started with. And the county administrator's office has given us a target, and that target is 50% of the starting fund balance to keep in our contingency. So that takes care of public health. We'll move on to behavioral health. Michael Wilson, the behavioral health director, will be speaking to BH.
Good morning. Excuse me. Good morning. Michael Wilson, behavioral health director. And the first thing I'd just like to mention is our behavioral health mission statement is definitely in line with the Board of Supervisors' priority along vulnerable populations. We are a managed care plan, so we are responsible for the behavioral health, which is mental health and substance use services for the Medi-Cal beneficiaries, which we do expect to go up with the current crisis, which may be a revenue opportunity for us. We also provide psychiatric emergency services to everyone in the county, locally and visitors as well, which I think we do a pretty good job of in partnership with Adventist Health Sonora. We also do prevention, engagement, and outreach, which we're required to do by some of our funding sources. So that's who we. So all those populations are who we serve. We have some special programs that we're also mandated to do, which serve a broader population beyond Medi-Cal eligibles, but those are smaller programs. We do outpatient mental health services, manage clients placed in long-term, which I believe Steve will talk to as far as a budget risk, triage and crisis, which also have some implications along the budget. And we do some nice things like supportive housing, outreach and engagement, peer support, our 2 drop-in centers, and we are working along with others to address the general homelessness issue in the county. And I mentioned that we are kind of new to outpatient substance use services as far as related to drug Medi-Cal, but we're making strides in that area as well, which is a mandate which could have jeopardized some of our funding sources, more or less our entire realignment. That was fast.
Any questions for behavioral health?
We're not quite finished with BH yet.
So once again, the losses are high in realignment revenue, and then we have the increased costs for our mandates. And so we have a little over $462,000 loss in revenue and increased in our mandated cost of $374. So that created an $874,172 projected shortfall.
Some mitigation strategies to increase our revenue would be to apply, as you're going to hear repeatedly, for grants and other enhancing activities we can do. Increase rates of our service. So our rate is determined by the direct cost of our services to the state, and that is going to go up. So we will likely increase our rate again in the next year. Some saving strategies: freeze, convert, or delay filling vacant positions. We are going to definitely take a hard look at those because some of our positions directly generate revenue, and we don't want to cut ourselves off. Employee concessions, you've already heard about that. Reduce part-time and overtime. We have been looking at that for the past several years as far as reducing how many relief staff we use and how some of our programs are staffed and utilize relief. Non-mandated travel and trainings. We do a lot of internal training, so that is already a cost savings, and we will continue those efforts and eliminate anything that takes us out of the county. And remove all capital improvement projects, which have been pushed on each year for a while. Some of them and others we just won't do. General strategies is to we don't want to be reactive to these, so if we can do anything in a proactive manner to get ahead of these problems, we're thinking that way, as just previously outlined. We anticipate the increased caseload throughout behavioral health, both in substance abuse and in our mental health services related to COVID. The increasing Medi-Cal eligibles that are occurring across the state are likely. It's unfortunate, but it does create a larger base of clients for us to serve, which is an opportunity to bill and generate revenue and to help the community at large. The downsides, of course, is we have an increased existing staff's workload. Their caseloads are getting higher. The acuity is getting more severe. We anticipate a tidal wave of behavioral health issues, both of Medi-Cal eligibles and in the general community, in suicides, crisis, substance abuse issues, and just general behavioral health issues as well. And that's going to be rough. Staff turnover, as others have talked about, is an issue. We have a lot of professional staff. They have options. And if we lose our professional staff, our licensed individuals, nurses, doctors, and therapists, we are at risk to not be in compliance with our mandates. And so we need to be very mindful of that. Unanticipated leaves, that has to do with, I think, what animal control talked about, compassion fatigue. We also suffer from that, and it could lead to, extended leaves of individuals that are dealing with the stress of a stretched workforce. And morale, it's if your morale tanks, I think you have less efficient staff. They're not as productive. They're not as motivated to provide those services, and it can be kind of a bit of a spiral down in services. So we have to mind morale, and the work of the administrator's office and the board is very important for that, for the morale, to making things clear, transparent, and that is for the greater good. And we don't have a lot of choice in some of these measures we're taking. Any questions for behavioral health?
Oh, we're not done yet.
Oh, sorry, Steve. We're not that quick.
So there are budget risks in behavioral health as well, and I will speak to those. So I mentioned before that behavioral health does receive realignment. We received 2011 realignment into the Behavioral Health Department, as well as Mental Health Services Act funding that we are looking to see a turn down in both of those revenue sources over the next year's time period. So we're paying close attention to those authorities out there that are looking at these funding sources closely so that we can hopefully estimate and budget accordingly. We need to ensure that the estimates that we have in the behavioral health budget for federal financial participation is achieved through ensuring that we are implementing proper staff performance standards and case management requirements. We need to ensure that BH is prepared for the multitude of administrative audits that they receive on an annual basis. Currently, even today, behavioral health is experiencing day one of a 2-day audit, which is a triennial audit from the Department of Healthcare Services. It's a very critical audit for behavioral health to be prepared for, and we have to make sure that those administrative pieces of the infrastructure and the apparatus are maintained in behavioral health. We need to ensure that we are prepared for those folks that are coming back from the state hospital that come back to the county as incompetent to stand trial. With the inability to return to competency, that creates a situation for behavioral health and the Health and Human Services Agency to manage potential conservatorships that have great costs applied to them. So we are looking at what kinds of programming that we may be able to establish concerning the incompetent to stand trial issue. Michael did mention drug Medi-Cal. We are in the throes of becoming a certified drug Medi-Cal provider in behavioral health. Don't ultimately know what those costs might be as we transition to a full-blown program, but we are keeping our eye real close to what ramp-up of the behavioral health programming looks like in drug Medi-Cal. So with that, we built a recommended budget in behavioral health to start with a fund balance of $1.5 million. Our estimated revenues are $10.7 million. Our estimated expense is $11.5 million. The difference is an estimated contingency of $752,000, and that is 49.3% of our target of 50. So we're asking for a special dispensation from the county administrator's office for us to move forward with this budget. So with that, we will move on to social services.
Any questions from the board about behavioral health? Okay.
As your board is aware, the Department of Social Services serves as a safety net for members of our community. And although this list is not all-inclusive, it provides a glimpse of the department's impact. The Medi-Cal program serves over 20% of our Tuolumne County residents. Of the 5,200 individuals receiving CalFresh, which is food assistance, over 1,400 are children, and over 1,900 adults are over the age of 60. Your Child and Adult Protective Services Unit receives over 1,200 referrals each year, and the referral is just the first step of the work that happens afterwards. I want to point to a very telling statistic that demonstrates the community's need for safety net services. It's the sheer number of customers that visit our DSS lobby. So far this fiscal year, we have had 2,200 visits to the DSS lobby, and we have 2 individuals that serve those folks at our front counter.
I'm always given the bad news. So social services is the hardest hit by the realignment losses. They get 1991 and 2011 realignment. The department is projected to experience over a $1.1 million loss of revenue, and adding the increased mandated costs left the department to face a $1.7 million deficit. This caused the department to make significant changes to mitigate the shortfall.
As your board is aware, there's only 2 ways to manage a budget shortfall: increase revenue and/or decrease costs. Social Services has applied for every grant, and there is no grant too small that we will pursue. We will continue to do that. You heard 2 of them during the consent calendar today, one for $6,100 and the other one for, I think, $6,200. So again, there is no grant too small. To decrease costs, we have terminated contracts with community-based organizations, with the state, and unfortunately with other general fund departments. We have frozen positions that equal an 8% reduction in staff. We, like every other department, we staff our departments with exactly the need to serve our customers. So any type of significant, any kind of decrease is significant. We also can no longer afford our rent at one of our buildings. So we have a committee that's led by our staff services manager, Karen McGettigan, who will be guiding us through the path of moving us to the old TGH building. Lastly, we have delayed reorganizing our department to better integrate our services because it does come with a slight cost. Although that is something that we're going to do in the future, we can't afford it now. So the impacts to the budget mitigation. As mentioned before, our mitigation strategies are significant. As you can see, delays in any of our services can be devastating to the well-being of children, elderly, and families. We must not forget the impact to our staff. The cost of turnover to train new staff is inefficient, and poor for morale. Also, when staff are at the end of their rope, anticipated leaves increase, as we have seen during the Great Recession of 2008, 9, and 10. We did also have a significant increase in an unanticipated leave, folks leaving because they were at the end of their rope.
Okay, as Wendy had mentioned earlier, Social Services does receive 1991 and 2011 realignment. Social Services relies on baseline levels of realignment to balance our budgets. We also receive something called growth, and we rely on growth every year to increase our baseline levels of realignment. We're not expecting to receive baseline this year, let alone growth. So we've had to manage those reductions in realignment. Because of the downturn in the economy, we're also most likely not going to receive allocations that we would normally receive for our mandated levels of programming. And Social Services doesn't usually receive their entire allocation of revenue until well after the adopted budget. So we are watching what the governor is doing quite closely concerning these allocations. For the same reason, the downturn in the economy, we are expecting to see our safety net caseload increase. There's an inverse relationship to realignment and our caseload in and social services. When realignment revenues decline, our caseloads go up. So we're watching that closely. There's always a risk for the unknown, and the unknown for social services in managing probably, arguably, one of the most riskiest pieces of what we do in county government, and that is our protective services programming. There could be a tick up that comes completely out of the blue that requires a high-level placement of a child or a youth or a couple of those, and that can completely push our budget completely out of whack, and it'll send us scrambling. So that is something that we pay close attention to. We look at our statistics on a monthly basis concerning these placements, what the levels of those placements are there opportunities to step down out of those placements to help save our cost center on the expense side. So in social services, our recommended budget includes a starting fund balance of $1.9 million. We're expecting revenues to be at $23.9 million. Our expenses are expected to be $24.8 million, the difference being a contingency of $962,000. That leaves us at 50% of our starting fund balance, meeting the goal set forth by our county administrator. With that, we would be happy to respond to any questions your board has.
Questions from the board?
Not a question, but just a comment. I sat here listening to all this, and I've been listening to it for a long time. And I have to say that, Health and Human Services is the most complex department that we have. It just covers so much. And I want to congratulate everyone that works there and you guys that for the job that you do. It seems like every year we're looking at not having enough money, but you get through it, you have a fund balance, and then we start off again, not knowing where we're going, but you've done a great job. Thank you.
Just how confident are you in your assumptions on the revenue coming in with, especially the big unknown is realignment money, both realignments. I know you're plugged in. I'm not questioning, how active you're pushing on the SNOODLE, but are you getting good information out of the state? I don't mean to put you on the spot.
I don't know if we're getting good information from the state. I think we're getting good information from our associations.
Okay.
But even then, we're fearful.
Okay. We can help. Okay, we've got our association too. And so I'm our CSAC representative. Supervisor Brennan is our RCRC representative. So don't be afraid, to poke us in the belly button to get some help, okay? We can fight this from multiple avenues of attack. I am very, very concerned with state revenue picture, as every county should be, I think. And your agency is totally dependent on state supplied revenue. So let us help you on that. And again, a lot of what your folks do is very stressful work. And when we cut budgets, I really worry we're cutting staff and those kinds of things. That ratchets up the stress level. I can't help that, but let them know that their work is very, very much appreciated. I think it's really, really important work that they do. Just pass that word along. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just so I'm clear in the folks at home, with public health, their budget, behavioral health, social services, those are all separate line items. You can't cross-contaminate the funds, correct?
That's correct.
Correct, okay. Everything Carl said, if there's anything we can do, it looks like right now, per Tracy's CAO Riggs goal of 50%, looks like you guys are doing that. Can't predict the future, so I'm sure we're going to have more conversations, except for that 0.7%. But I can't predict the future, but I feel like we're coming to a day and age where we have things that are mandated, obviously, and there may be a day where we can't afford it. And so at that point, that's going to be a state conversation. Because even though there may be a mandate, we still provide the service, but maybe there's just not going to be the level of service that we provide in the future. I don't know. Maybe I feel like that's where potentially we're headed. But from some of the other supervisors' experience and wisdom here, we've been here before, we'll probably be here again, so we'll work the problem as it comes in. And we support you guys, and, I know you guys are working long, hard hours, and so thank you guys.
Supervisor Brennan?
What the other comments the supervisors have made, and just really want to stress that if there is a place for advocacy, we want to be those advocates, especially with the state associations. And I think we all know that checks and balances are very important, but the staff knows where we may have some redundancies or outdated protocol potentially. And please, we want to be advocating on how we can be as efficient as possible, understanding where we're at today, and again, recognizing that those checks and balances are important, but we need to be advocating for the correct efficiencies also.
I just wanted to go back to something that was said. I hope in reference to social services. I may be getting my presentations mixed up here, but we talked about some of the rental properties and utilizing the TGH facility. What stage are we in looking into that?
So we call it DSS Building 2, we have to give our landlord a 6-month notice. So we're in the beginning stages. The committee has already met for the first time, so we're really looking to see, one, who's going to move, and how many folks can we move to Tuolumne General? How many folks could we move into DSS Building 1? Teleworking is kind of working in our benefit right now because we have some staff able to work at home, so we might have folks sharing desk space. But we're in the beginning stages, but we know that we have to at least give them a 6-month notice, but we do know that the rent is significant, and we'd rather save people than buildings.
Right. I'm just kind of trying to get an idea of what the hurdles are to that. Do we need to set the fund balance aside, I'm assuming there is a fund balance at some point, for whatever kind of renovations need to be done to TGH? I assume there will be a significant upfront cost there, but then in the long run, not having to rent properties, there would be a savings. Is that
So we're
correct?
looking at the area of TGH that we're calling it plug and play.
Okay.
So we're hoping there's not going to be much cost at all.
Okay.
But we're working that problem.
And are you done?
Oh, you go ahead.
Just Supervisor Campbell brought up a good point, and this is something that I've been thinking about, and it's a good time to bring it up. I read a report that a lot of corporations, they're seeing a 25% increase in productivity from telecommuting, people working at home. Jeff Muzio brought it up, places like San Francisco are going to be, commercial real estate is going to be cheaper in the future. I'm putting it out there that perhaps there's areas in departments could look at. I assume this would be a much more in-depth conversation, but if there's ways to increase productivity and not be paying rent, right now I'm all for that. So I know there's lots of issues that could come about that, but if the private world's doing that, if the business world's doing that, then government should be looking into that as well, is my opinion. So maybe a future discussion, Tracy? Yes. Cool.
Okay, are you looking for anything from us, or we're waiting till the end?
Correct. We'll be waiting for the end for final direction.
Okay. So in that case, we will break until 1:30, and then we will reconvene at that point. And thank you very much to staff. Good afternoon. We'll reconvene the meeting of the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors. We will continue with our second 9:30 appointment, considering the, Clerk, would you please read our second 9:30 appointment?
So it's consideration of providing staff direction on the development of the fiscal year 2020-2021 budget and approving all staffing changes, including the additions of positions, the deletion of vacant positions, and the issuance of layoff notices. And if you would like to call in for public comment, it's 533-6581, and the time limit is set at 3 minutes per caller.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll go ahead and get started with the presentation on our Tuolumne County Fire Department.
Good afternoon, Chair Brennan, members of the board, CO Riggs, county staff. My name is Nick Cashy. I'm the unit chief for the Tuolumne Calaveras unit and also the Tuolumne County Fire Chief. We have Division Chief Andy Murphy here, who oversees the Tuolumne County Fire Program, who's going to give you a brief update on the 2021 budget, at which point I'll go into what those impacts look like.
Good afternoon. Again, my name is Andy Murphy, Assistant Chief or Division Chief for Tuolumne County Fire Department, and I'm going to talk about a little bit of the impacts of the proposed cuts for fiscal year 2021, but also review some of the history of how we got here and property tax revenue and a higher level view of expenses and revenue and some of the saving strategies that we've implemented to get through the expense and revenue differences. So just a little bit of the history. Sorry to go over numbers like this after lunch. Sometimes it's difficult, but just to get kind of a perspective of it, first of all, in 1927, our CAL FIRE or CDF in one form or another has been involved in fire protection in the county. In 1972, the county and CDF at the time completed a study in regards to fire protection in the county. They wanted to address the evolving concerns. And by then, some special districts had already been formed in the county, and the county was looking at the areas outside of the district and city, or districts and city. So at the completion of the study, it recommended the formation of the county fire department. And the funding was suggested at 0.32% per $100,000, per $1,000 valuation. So the easy way to say that, $320 for every $100,000 valuation on the property taxes. In 1974, 2 years later, the Tuolumne County voters approved the rural fire tax, and with that formed the Tuolumne County Fire Department. The funding was set at $280 per $100,000. And the reason why I'm giving these numbers is to tie in the impact of Proposition 13 in 1978. Just a little note of history. On May 13th, 1977, the Tuolumne County Fire Department's first career staff fire station was staffed at Mono Village, which is still staffed and has been staffed since that time with CAL FIRE employees. So going back to Proposition 13, that reduced effectively the rate of fire, the taxes for fire department, for the Tuolumne County Fire Department to about $40 for every 100,000, or for every 100,000. Sorry, these numbers are confusing me as well. So it was $280 in 1978. It went down to $40 for every $100,000 evaluation. And that's about where we're at now. In 2016, the fire study that was completed shows that the tax rate over 168 tax rate areas is about $48 for every $100,000 in valuation. There's also one of the other funding revenues of the fire department and public safety in the county and throughout the state is the Proposition 172 Public Safety Fund Act that was approved in 1993. Those funds, when they started coming into the county in 1994, were about 22% of the total allotment to the county. And 2005, around that time, it changed to approximately 4.5%. So some of the ways that Tuolumne County gets revenue, Tuolumne County Fire Department gets revenue, as we mentioned, property taxes. For next fiscal year, we anticipate approximately $2.7 million in property taxes. We're projecting, and has been on average, a 1% to 2% annual increase, which is about $60,000 for next fiscal year. Licenses and fees, with the economy was on quite a roll, and with the fire code and building code changes at the end of 2019, there was a lot of permits and applications filed. So we did see an increase this current fiscal year. We're projecting a $60,000 increase there as well for next year. Not an increase, but a $60,000. Rents and leases, the county rents out 3 fire stations to the Forest Service and 1 to a school district, and that revenue brings in about $33,000. The emergency firefighting reimbursement has averaged about $268,000 a year over the last 10 years, and that's money that's reimbursed to the county for leasing the fire equipment or response to wildfires throughout the state, and mostly in the county, but also throughout the state. As you remember, last year the county engine was on the Kincaid fire for 2 weeks, and we have that picture out in the lobby for the appreciation of that. With the emergency firefighting reimbursement, there's been years where it's highly variable, and we've talked about this before, but there's been in the last 10 years as much as $572,000, and there's been as little, not little, but as low as $74,000. So that's quite a difference. This year we anticipate about $150,000 this current fiscal year. We talked about Prop 172. That's about $170,000 in revenue. Federal and state grants. Over the last 10 years, County Fire has received over $2.2 million in grants, and we have $1.5 million in outstanding applications that we're waiting to hear word on. Reimbursement for services, cooperative agreements with Columbia College, with Mariposa County, and with the Tuolumne Band of Miwok Indians, and then also, of course, the general fund. So this current fiscal year was the highest year ever. It included some funds for a Type 1 fire engine. And the average over the last 10 years is $276,000 a year. But as you look back at the 10-year average, you can see the gradual, and in some years significant increase based on the amount of fund balance that's carried forward from the previous year. So some of the expenses and some of the effects for the fire department. Expenses for personnel, of course, and other mandated costs account for $4.3 million projected for next fiscal year. And we just talked about property taxes projected at $2.7 million. So you already see that's an imbalance. This includes not just the CAL FIRE staff, but county fire staff, volunteers, paid call firefighters or interns, and resident firefighters, and also our explorers, our youth explorer program. For our PPE, our safety equipment, this is the fire gear that the firefighters wear in buildings that are on fire, on wildland fires. Our projection, our proposed budget reduced next year by 30%. On an aging fleet and infrastructure, we've planned to reduce the maintenance by 17%. So as we've gone through, we'll only mention a few of the line items, but I think it's important to recognize that it's already a difficult budget each year for fire, and we'll talk about some of the saving strategies and ways that we've gone through it here on the next slide. But while I go through these, just keep in mind this is already a difficult budget each year, and now we're, like many of the other, or all of the other departments are facing line item cuts. In regards to the fleet, we've talked about that quite a bit over the last year or so, with an average age of 23 years on the fire engines. We're reducing the maintenance, as I said, by 17%. So what does this mean? When you think about reducing the cost of maintenance, this means that fire engines are going to be parked when they're out of service until we determine the best route to repair, or if we can repair. So just this week, we've had two pieces of apparatus, fire engine and our breathing support, that we've also talked about and applied for grants for, that have gone out of service. We do have a couple of reserve engines that we've moved in place of the one engine that went out of service last night, and the breathing support. We have ways of workaround, but that ability to refill bottles on scene of emergencies is not there currently as we work to get the breathing support fixed. So this also means that when we talk about not just fleet, but tools and facilities, deferred vehicle and facility maintenance will continue. There's, we've got to think about what this means as some repairs and deferred maintenance are not done on fire stations and fire engines. And really the situation, as I said last year, is dire with some of these items. You have to think about the simplest form of a fire axe that breaks. We have to think about how are we going to replace that, right? Fortunately, most of the fire engines have more than one fire axe, but we've got to think about the ability to buy that tool again. Only absolutely essential repairs will be made. Communications-related items, we're anticipating reducing by 25%. This is for the radio infrastructure, so the bulk of the infrastructure, communications infrastructure, is provided by CAL FIRE. The county does have some frequencies, and we also have, with our 40-plus pieces of apparatus, have mobile radios, and the firefighters have handheld radios, or they're assigned to the engines. That also provides for the tablets that assist in routing equipment, the fire engines to emergency scenes, or for the fire inspectors to do when they do their inspections, they use the tablets. But we're going to reduce that by 25%, so only essential repairs will be made. No additional build out of our communications facility. This current fiscal year, we were able to add a permanent repeater up at Moccasin, which is a great benefit. The state previously had a temporary repeater there. Those types of things won't be occurring. Public education and fire prevention. This is one we just came to the board last week for a grant application that was submitted, or 2 weeks ago. We're planning on reducing that by 53%. So this means we won't be involved in as many public education events. We won't have the ability to do as many school programs. Of course, fire prevention is one of the charter programs of a fire department everywhere. Volunteers, physicals, incentives are going to be reduced by 50%. We'll only be able to do those for current volunteers. We'll likely not be able to bring on, with the reduction in PPE and these other line items, any additional volunteers. Mandated and continued professional training, we're anticipating reducing by 78%. So this is coming down from about $22,000 to $5,000 for a force of approximately 24 career staff and over 50 volunteers. Only the mandated EMT recertification and annual training classes will be able to be completed. So those are just some of the effects and expenses and effects of our proposed budget for next year. So how have we been able to get through? We talked about the difference between the property tax, which is a major funding mechanism. We've talked about how the general fund is continuing to increase the allocations from the board. So let me change the slide. We've been able to have some salary savings at times through the year. So currently we have a position that's vacant and a CAL FIRE position that's funded by the county. As anticipated, that position is going to be open for 2 or 3, maybe 4 months. So there's some salary savings there. In the past, some positions have been vacant strategically, left vacant to save funds as well. Also, fire reimbursements we talked about, an average of $268,000 a year. fire season has been extended. So there's been a couple of years in the last handful where the fire season lasts year round, and the way that, I don't know if we could call it a benefit, but where that helps with the budget is the county also has an Amador part of the agreement with CAL FIRE, which is allowed. The Amador is referred to what we call the Amador program, allowed through the Public Resources Code, where the local agencies can enter cooperative agreements with the state to provide fire protection during the off fire season time, so the winter months. So when CAL FIRE remains in fire season, that's not needed because those engines are there. So with those savings, and we've also of not going into Amador in the wintertime, we currently have the agreement for Twain Harte and Blanchard. So those, and this year and last year, it's been 4 months. For Amador, we've budgeted historically for 6 months. So we've seen a little savings there. We've had a fund balance each year that's helped as well. We don't anticipate a fund balance for next fiscal year. Reduced staff. This is another way that the fire department has tried to stay within its means. So looking back over the last several years, county has eliminated or reduced fleet staff from 3 to 1, which is the mechanics, the prevention staff, the inspectors, and the fire investigators have been reduced from 4 to 2, and the administrative staff have reduced from 3 to 1. So there's nowhere to see any additional savings there. Several items we wouldn't have, of course, if we didn't have the grants that the department's put in for, and that includes the breathing apparatus purchase that we'll be making here in the next 4 to 6 weeks. For the fire engines, the county's received, as I mentioned, a couple of millions of dollars of grants over the last 10 years for the fire department. So making reductions to line items reduces our operating expenses. Of course, it continues to hurt. And just like the other departments had gone before us, we managed to keep doing more with less. We're to the time now we need to, where we asked to continue to move forward on the funding mechanisms that we've been discussing over the last year. And then just to recap, we've gone through and come up with approximately another $115,000 in cuts from the line items that we can cut. But these cuts will impact severely the day-to-day operations of your fire department, as we've discussed.
So as we talk about the current situation, in addition to the $115,000 after that was taken out of the line items from what Chief Murphy just presented, the current projections for fiscal year 2021 going forward, the slide says $650,000, but it's probably closer to the $600,000 range based on some of the budget worksheets we've been working on right up into this meeting, shortfall for Tuolumne County Fire Department budget. So in working with administration, we were tasked with presenting to the board what options there are for cutting $600,000 out of the fire department budget for fiscal year 2021. Relative to the budget size and demographic of TCFD, we are extremely limited on what items to cut in order to meet this dollar figure. As Chief Murphy articulated through the other line items, there's not much left there to still be able to function as a fire department. Position-wise, this dollar figure is much more than just one position. And with the current positions we have, cutting just one would have drastic impacts to things like the volunteer program, or a repercussion that would then cripple us in other areas and not allow us to be fully sufficient. So being at the minimum staffing levels in current positions, the option that we have, and I want to be very clear here, this is not a recommendation. It's the only option to accomplish meeting that dollar figure. So in order to do that, and again, it's closer to $600,000, does not affect the options we're faced with, we would have to cut a permanently staffed fire engine that encompasses 5 positions. Those 5 positions is 1 fire captain and 4 fire apparatus engineers. 3 of those positions are Tuolumne County residents. So as we evaluate this, due to the facilities and location, what cut would need to happen would be Station 76 Jamestown. Our two staffed fire engines for Tuolumne County Fire Department are Mono Village Station 51 since the inception in 1977, and then Jamestown has Station 76, which is a joint agreement with the Jamestown Fire Protection District, and we have a full-time paid staffed engine there. So the county only has two paid engines outside of the Amador engines, Amador agreement engines that are in part of the CAL FIRE contract. And again, just to clarify, what the Amador Fire Agreement says is that the CAL FIRE station, so our facilities, our equipment, our personnel, the cost of the county is a fraction of additional staffing through the winter months. So as we reference that, it's part of the benefit of working with CAL FIRE is having that option to broaden our coverage throughout the county, but those aren't county funded. I mean, let me rephrase that. They're not county owned or county stations. They're CAL FIRE stations through the agreement that we staff for the county benefit. So this budget reduction would only be able to go forward if we were able to use a portion of that funding from cutting this paid engine to staff an Amador engine that would cover this area of the county to some degree. The only location CAL FIRE has, and again, this is an attempt to try to give an option to the situation we're faced with. If we lose Jamestown, what can CAL FIRE bring to the table to help Tuolumne County residents and having some coverage? And that answer is staffing an Amador engine out of the Columbia Air Attack Base. That is not optimal necessarily for location, but it's the only location that we have to offer to provide something. And again, losing Jamestown takes our staffing down 50%. So 50% of Tuolumne County fire engines would be cut to meet this dollar figure. So really, I just kind of want to put a face to this of what does that look like. That's 1,719 emergency calls for service that would have to be reallocated to Station 51, Mono Village, or to other agencies in Tuolumne County through the automatic aid agreement. We have an automatic aid agreement with our local government partners in the fire districts. However, that agreement sometimes is selective on what they're allowed to respond to by certain boards in their sphere of influence, and there's not a guarantee that all those calls would be able to get picked up necessarily by other districts due to the impacts to that.
Just a point of clarification, those 1719 emergency calls, would they all go to Mono, or would some of that go to the air attack base if you guys put an engine out there?
So depending on, we don't have it broken out as far as what calls occurred in which months. The engine at the air attack base would be able to pick up a portion of those calls. But as far as by the numbers, agency with jurisdiction for Tuolumne County, the next paid staff engine Tuolumne County has is Station 51. So that's the reallocation, is what do we have dedicated that has the responsibility to respond to those? And then what we would have willing to outside of that. So again, the emergency call volume for Station 76 has increased by 23% over the last 10 years. This raises concerns for us with firefighter safety. The impacts of losing that engine is not just to the response area it serves, but that's also the second and third engine into other emergencies for other fire districts or other areas of the county. So those response times to get help for our firefighters that are at these incidents becomes longer in duration. For perspective, the first Tuolumne County Fire Department full-time paid staff fire engine to respond into the Chinese camp area would be Mono Village. The other great concern we have is the Groveland area. Station 76 is the next closest engine to help in auto aid with Groveland CSD, in addition to CAL FIRE. Without that engine there, the next engines coming in would be even further out for an already extended response time. And essentially, although we were going up 23% over the last 10 years in our emergencies, this takes our staffing backwards a decade to 2009, which this was the staffing model prior to staffing Jamestown. So I wanted to add this map. This is a response area map. If you can track with me the green area of the county, and if you reference the lower left-hand corner, we have the black line, which is Highway 108. It's kind of in the I guess it'd be the upper left-hand corner, bottom left, sorry for the description there. But essentially, Jamestown covers about half of the county. We have from Sonora City, which is the gray area just above the Jamestown station that's labeled. We have from that area to the county line west on 108. And we have the county line north and south in totality is this engine's response area. In and of itself, without facing what we're facing, that's a very large area to cover. Again, just for perspective, that amount of the county would now not have a first due engine in the right location under this proposal. So I thought it was very important that as we work through, we understand the situation that the county's facing. We understand the fire department budget shortfall. Our job is to come to you with options. More importantly, tell you what the impacts of the options are. Unfortunately, in this situation, we don't have that many. We have one. So as direct as I can be, we are not recommending this, but we understand what we're faced with. And as stewards of Tuolumne County Fire Department, we are looking to do whatever we need to do to continue services to the community the best that we can.
Thank you very much. Questions for staff?
No question, just comment. You pointed out the importance of that Jamestown fire station. If anything, we should be building a new firehouse down there instead of taking one out. But it is important logistic-wise because of what you said about the South County. There's really no county fire presence in the Groveland area or whatever. It's Community Service District or CAL FIRE. So not having that backup for the Don Pedro area and the West County, most of our accidents on that highway are Jamestown West. So just the sheer volume of accidents that you have there, it just doesn't make sense to move it out to Columbia and risk not being able to get to a scene in time. But just my comment.
I'll just say we worked tremendously hard to get that station up and running. It is a critical linchpin to our fire protection services and our emergency response. And pretty close to a majority of the I can't remember the county responsibility area, state responsibility area. There we go. So, it doesn't make sense to me to bring it down. And it's the opposite is also true. There have been a number of fires where it's been the first response into Columbia as well. So it goes both ways, I guess. I'll wait for the staff's recommendation, but I got the slide and read ahead, and I know what it is, and I'm going to support the staff recommendation. So.
Yeah.
Supervisor Kirk?
Thank you guys for your offer for using Columbia and, put some CAL FIRE's backup up there. But I agree with Supervisor Rotifer and Gray. The charts are simple. Number one concern of this community is fire. And so in working in law enforcement, minutes could be the difference between life or death for those car accident victims. And it could be the difference between getting on a fire or it getting loose. So, if we can't do public safety and fire safety in this community, I don't know what we're doing up here. So we gotta figure this out. And we got to keep that, my opinion is we got to keep that station running and moving forward. So I guess we'll go on to
Supervisor Brennan.
I'll wait for staff recommendation. I read ahead also.
I do have one more thing.
Supervisor Kirk.
Sorry, I did want to say one thing though, because last year I was checking my dates right now. It was June 19th or sometime in June last year. We talked about fire and funding and how are we going to make this sustainable moving forward. And at one of the board meetings, we talked about looking at creating a model basically a unified model. And I've been to several board meetings in fire districts, and I don't want to go over all those conversations, but what I'd really like to see, because that was said a year ago, we need to get, even in the middle of this crisis, we need to get some sustainable funding for fire. And so something I like to propose coming up here real soon, I'm envisioning a roundtable where we're getting our boards, our fire boards together, we're getting CAL FIRE together, and we're going to look at a model that works and sustainable. I don't know if that is with or without a CAL FIRE contract, but I want to open conversation because as a sitting supervisor, I'm not going to keep pounding on this door if I don't have the local districts supporting that vision and supporting movement towards that arena. If people who are in this field aren't going to come together and come towards a solution, I'm not going to fight for a solution because we need everybody to partner to make this sustainable and to make this work. So I'm going to propose when we get through this budget that we come up with a plan to meet with all the fire boards, maybe like a town hall, and have a conversation, get some education, and make some decisions. So, Tracy, perhaps we could make that happen? Do you need board direction for that item? We'll get into further conversation. Okay.
Yeah, and, I just can't get past the fact that, of all the things to consider cutting, fire station would be pretty much last on my list. And I just envision what happens if, we have Station 51 now responding, assuming we do close the station in Jamestown, we've got Station 51 now responding to that entire area. We get an EMS call in Willow Springs, and then a fire breaks out in Chinese camp. So you've got, how long would that, 45 minutes maybe, in order to finish up one area and get down there? That's just, it's unacceptable. It's almost unthinkable to do that. And the fact that we have gone, I think Supervisor Rotifer mentioned the amount of work it took to set that up in the first place to now go back. How much work is it going to take to bring it back if the financial situation changes in the future? So, it's we need to look at as many options as we can, I think. You want to take it from there?
Okay, so yesterday we sat with Andy and Nick and went through this presentation as well. And I had asked Nick originally what would it take to reduce cost in the budget. And as I sat there and listened to it yesterday, I kept thinking about not only what all of your number one priority being public safety and fire, right up to the top of that, but also our community. They made it very clear when we did our poll that fire safety is one of their number one concerns. And which drove me to, there's no way that I could ever recommend that we would eliminate a fire station or fire personnel in any way at this time. So we kind of talked about some more about that. And when I drafted this up, if we were going to pull, if I were ever going to recommend during a fiscal emergency to pull from the reserves for any reason to balance a budget, it would only be for direct public safety services. So would that be fire or law enforcement? And I think it's clear here we need to figure out a way to balance this budget for this next fiscal year. And then we need to come back with some thorough studies and recommendations for some revenue options in the future. However, I did talk with Debbie Batista, our auditor controller, this morning, and she, like me, has great concerns whenever we think about pulling from our reserves. Something that she had offered up is we don't know what's going to happen with our CARES Act funding, and we could put a line item in the general fund budget for CARES Act funding, and we could increase the line item transfer out to fire. But I do want to make sure your board understands I've been watching very closely all of the federal legislation, and so far there is no talk whatsoever about amending the CARES Act language. And if anything, our governor wants to be able to take any funds that aren't actually expended by September and pull those back into the state budget. So there are definitely we only have a few months, and I myself have been having conversation with Senator Feinstein's office, Harris' office, and then Congressman McClintock, which a lot of you have been speaking to as well. And again, I'm not seeing anything where they're going back in to amend the CARES Act. They did talk about going back into session about unemployment, but they have not brought in CARES Act funding. So there is that option where we continue working the problem until we get to adopted. However, if you want to take care of it and be done and get fire moving on its way, we would look at reserves. I do want to make sure that, while we're looking closer to $600,000, remember what you just heard our fire chief say, is that their training has been brought down to almost nothing. Their outreach, where they've gone in and talked with the kids about fire safety and families, is almost nothing. Our volunteer funding is almost nothing. And finally, the PPE, so their safety equipment for when they're actually going into burning buildings, has been reduced significantly. So even a $600,000 contains some significant reductions in some of those line items that could put our personnel in significant danger when they're going into these situations. So with that being said, recommending that we do one or two of the options, either pull from reserves and balance this fire budget and get them moving forward, or we put that line item in our general fund for COVID-19 funds like the CARES Act. You would do additional transfer out from the general fund to our fire fund. And then we would continue to work the solution, and in September, your board can make that final decision. But I'd also ask that you would, much like Supervisor Kirk was saying, is direct staff to return in July. And we start having these conversations about, we talked about it a little bit last year, a fire fee. And it's a way to make it self-sustainable. It's a way to help them build their own reserve, to get capital equipment. So we get these engines, we get them caught up, and our staff are in safe equipment. And then second to that, we do know that, like you had said, in Jamestown, we should talk about building a firehouse, not about taking it away. We need some resources so that we can build a safe firehouse for our personnel down there. So with that being said, I'm just looking for your staff direction, and I know Debbie is here in case you had questions for her about any of this as well.
Chairperson Brennan, did you have any questions for staff?
No. The only piece I would add is that as we look at funding streams, that we look very closely at the USDA rural funds. I think there might be some potential pieces there that could assist us with this.
Chairman Gray?
This is for Debbie and Tracy. It would seem like if we did go ahead and pull that from reserves now, couldn't we, if we got the money, say we got some CARES money in August, couldn't we just replenish the reserves?
Well, I kind of want to do the opposite. There is way too many unknowns. We do not know what our fund balance for the general fund is going to be. We don't know what the fund balance, we're projecting them, but we still don't have everything from the departments. We have a number that's pretty wide apart. Remember that we still have the opportunity in September to take this out of reserves. This is not declaring it an emergency because you guys are putting the budget together. This isn't like what we may have to do next week or the 16th. If the general funds balance is negative, you absolutely will have to declare a fiscal emergency and pull the money out of the reserves. But what we're balancing here is the fund for, or the budget for fiscal year 2021. There doesn't need to be an emergency declared to move the money out of the reserves, as long as you do it before you pass the budget. So what I suggested to Tracy and Eric yesterday with all of the different unknowns, Eric and I worked a little bit this morning on looking at some of the revenue for the fire, and there's no way that we can come up with $600,000. But we can eat it away a little bit. Are we going to have other issues that we want to look at the reserves all in one total and not one, in piecemeal? And I have to tell you, there are ramifications when we bring those reserves down. The reserves are not only a budgetary or fund balance issue, they're a cash flow issue. One of the things that we are doing in this 2021's budget is I'm paying the PERS in July so that we can save almost $300,000. I am pretty sure if we dwindle down the reserves, I will not be able to do that next year for a couple of reasons. One, the fixed portion of the PERS is going to go up, and if there is no cash flow, it's going to make it really difficult. The general fund will experience more negative cash than it has today. I just would like to have a more solid fund balance number for the general fund, a more solid fund balance for county fire. I totally agree that we probably may not get the CARES Act, and in September we may be all saying we need to take this out of reserves. I just want to give us the opportunity to work the problem and really know what the problem is. Is it 600? Is it 650? Is it 850? Is it, as Tracy just pointed out, there are some line items in county fire that probably will not be able to be maintained, that they do need them higher. Can we get some of that? One of the things that we increased is Jamestown's fire district has better tax revenue. So instead of moving $87,000, I moved $115,000 for both this year and next year. That's not a whole lot of money, but it's altogether, it's almost 50 grand. I just would think that we would want to have more time to figure out what the problem truly is and then come up with a solution. The solution may be the reserves in September.
Supervisor Roeder.
So I've been on weekly and sometimes twice a week phone calls, NACO, less frequently CSAC. I've got to tell you, I'm with CAO Riggs. Okay, I don't see any significant light on the horizon for that CARES money. And it's a high priority for both NACO and CSAC, and they're not seeing it. I don't know. I think it's a specious debate, because either we have what I would consider to be a phony line item in the budget that we're going to have to backfill with, most likely backfill with reserves in September, or we take it out of reserves now and we pay it back if a bolt out of the blue comes around and we get that money. So I don't see that there's a real significant difference if we're intending to pay for that station no matter what, which is my intention. I think I just think it's a truer picture rather than to put in a line item in a budget that I don't believe is likely to happen. I think it's a better picture to take the money out of the reserves now and pay the bill.
Because it gives us time to come up with what the real number is. And if I'd like to remind you that our last year's budget that we passed this time last year had lots of numbers in it that weren't accurate.
I'm not talking about accurate. There's always inaccuracies in a budget. But to have a line item that we know likely won't ever come to fruition, I think is a different story.
That's the difference between a proposed budget and an adopted budget, because it gives you the time to work through all the things that you have to work through to come up with a more accurate picture of where you're going. I'm just trying to express to you that reserves is not just a budgetary action. It is a fiscal action that affects the financial position of the county of Tuolumne. And before we start to reduce our reserves, I think we should have a truer picture of what we need. We've gone from 600 to 650. We have a list of items that we need. I have a feeling that there may be other areas that we might want to look at reserves for. I don't know. But I don't think we have a real picture right now of what we need and why hit reserves multiple times find out what the actual fund balances are going to be, both from the general fund and from capital, find out the other revenue sources, even though that they're smaller, but they're still there, that we don't need enough. You know, if this is the only if this is the only amount we don't even know how much reserves we're going to hit for the general fund probably until later part of this week. So if that number is, pick a number, if that number is the original number from March, which is about $600,000, or if that number is where I hope it's going to be, which is closer to zero, that changes where we are and what we have. But our reserves are only 2.5.
Just real quick, it sounds to me like what you're saying is a line item can be reversed, but reserves cannot. And that's kind of the main difference.
No.
Reserves can still be reversed, not reversed. What you would do is what we do in the past, what we've done in the past is just add some of the reserves back. But when financial institutions look at us, all of this doesn't look good. And I'd rather do it once than do it 2 or 3 times.
Okay. The other question I had on that is that doing it now versus doing it later, what effect does it have on county fire as operation-wise?
Want it?
I'm looking back here.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be operating their normal way.
Okay.
So they're not going to be impacted because we're talking about July and August essentially, because we'll come to the first part of September. So it's 2 months that we would need to carry. There's plenty of revenues to carry that department for 2 months while your board makes a decision on what final action you would like to take.
Okay. Supervisor Kirk.
You guys have said most of it. I guess for me, I love, Debbie, how you're conservative fiscally, and I'm right there with you 100%. For me, I guess it's more about the message of reserves are for, I believe, emergency situations. I feel like this is a perfect example where it would be appropriate. So whatever the board we'll decide, but that's where I stand. I'm fine with it, but I see Debbie's concerns. What I did want to bring up real quick, though, was directing staff on the study session. I kind of misspoke earlier when I said revenue streams, because that might be part of the conversation, but what I would like to see, and I'm kind of changing the conversation a little bit, is to have a study session, because I believe with COVID, with everything going on, and with those 2 tax measures being shot down, I don't think people necessarily want to see more assessments or more taxes. I think they want to see if there's ways we can do things better and more efficient. And if we can have that conversation, and then perhaps have a conversation about other revenue streams. So that's my intent of wanting to get an invite out to all the fire boards to have that conversation, to see if we can't unify and come up with a countywide fire system. And maybe part of that conversation will be enhanced revenue streams as well.
So I can't remember what year that we did this. We had all the fire districts at Sierra Bible. Every district is sitting at the table there, and we worked on it for a year and a half.
When was this?
This was, I'm thinking, maybe 2012 or 13, somewhere in there. Pardon? No, I was on the board. Yeah, because I was chairman of the board. First year I was chairman of the board. Okay. Anyway, it was a great meeting. We had probably a good 150 people. We almost filled up Sierra Bible. And all the intentions were good. Everybody spoke up. Yeah, we want to work all this out together. And here we are, I don't know how many years later, we still haven't been able to work it out. And one of the things that happens is that people do not want to give up their empires on these districts, and that's something that you're going to face. I'm honest about it. That's what happened. We started butting heads later on, and we never got anywhere because we couldn't come to an agreement of who was going to do what. do it again, but I think the outcome's going to be pretty much the same. I think Tuolumne County needs to take care of Tuolumne County Fire. That's our primary purpose here, and let the district figure out how they can join us and help.
Yeah, and I really hear the comments of both CIO Riggs and Debbie. I guess I'm coming at everything from a little bit of a different angle here, but I don't know if we might be getting to the same spot. Is that I'm worried if we don't use reserves here, the public will think that we've solved the problem when all we've done is put it off for a couple of months. And if we are, we're not going to be able to make our fire department $600,000 more efficient. It's not going to happen. This is what it costs. If anything, it's going to cost more next year and the following year and the year after that. I mean, we've already gone past the point of what I would call efficiency, and we're actually cutting off our nose to spite our face. What with reducing PPE and these other things that are necessary to have an effective firefighting agency. And so the question is, it has to come from somewhere. We need either cut more from other parts of the county budget, or we have to look at additional revenues. And so that means having the conversation about a property assessment, similar to what is done in many other neighboring counties. Many of the counties that have experienced significant fires in the past 5 years have these types of assessments. And Assistant Chief Murphy gave a really informative slide there where it looked at the level of funding in the mid-70s per household compared to now. And that's in 1974 dollars. That's $200 in 1974 would get you a used car, but nowadays it doesn't get you quite as much. And so when we're talking about $40 per property in Tuolumne County dedicated to fire safety, to me that's unsustainable. And we don't have a secure source of funding for our fire agency, and that's been said. But the question is how to go about getting it. And if we are interested in talking about having some kind of revenue measure related directly to fire, I think doing the difficult work right now with using reserves would really hammer home that need instead of putting it off with a line item. And then I guess the only question I had, and I guess it doesn't really, this won't resolve the issue that you have with it, but would it be possible to kind of split the baby here and have, we're talking 600,000, use reserves to cover half of that and then have a line item cover the other half? That way, right.
Truthfully, why? You just want to go one way or the other. Again, my biggest concern is we don't really know what that number is supposed to be, because we don't know what County Fire's fund balance is going to be at the end of the year. What happens if fund balance at the end of the year for County Fire, they didn't spend money they thought they were spending, and it's $150,000 plus.
Okay. Let me ask you a question. I mean, if we sit here today and we decide to take the money out of reserves, does that mean the money moves on the 1st of July? Or does it stay in reserves until we need it, until we draw on it?
No, basically what happens is what will be presented to you on the 16th will be the general fund. It will be that they are de-reserving, defunding, whatever word you want to use that works for you, 600, 650, whatever that number is, of that $2.5 million. Just like a year ago, what we showed was 250 going in that. That goes to the fund balance that we're going to begin 2021 with from the general fund, and then there will be that transfer out to county fire by that same $600,000. So in essence, I'm going to make up numbers. In essence, if the general fund at the end of this year ends up with $100,000 fund balance, What they'll really start to do the budget year for 2021 will be $700,000, the $100,000 true general fund balance, plus the $600,000 of the reserves. So that's the beginning fund balance. You'll have your revenues and your expenses, and in those expenses, there'll be an additional $600,000 to County Fire. In County Fire's budget, there'll be a transfer in from the general fund for whatever we have it set now, plus that 600, and then they should be down to a zero fund balance, or however their math will work. So it isn't that there's cash, it's that the general fund has cash, and that's part of the cash, and the true cash is moved when I move the transfer. However, when I move the transfer, that's why I'm saying I don't have a problem with the PERS for fiscal year 2021. I'm going to have a problem with PERS for 21-22. If we go into reserves, we use the reserve, and again, unless Eric, I don't know that I have a good number, if Eric has a good number of where we think the fund balance is for the general fund for 2019-20 in March or April, that number was a negative 600,000. I personally do not think it's that high. I'm truly hoping with everything that we can do with savings and no traveling and all of that, we'll get it to zero. But if it's a negative 200,000, then on the 16th, that's when you guys have to declare the emergency for that $200,000. And then the fund balance for the general fund will end the year at zero.
Okay, I'm having trouble understanding. You're moving money around from account to account, but the money's still there until we spend it. So I'm having difficulty understanding what the difference between the two are, other than messaging. We're still going to spend the same amount of money. We may not know what that is right now, but we're going to spend the same amount of money on county fire.
If you'll picture in your mind the schedule, is it A or 1? 1, that the CAO prepares for you that shows the fund balance of the general fund, the revenue and the expenditures for the general fund for next year.
I get everything you've said.
Will you let me finish for a sec?
Sure.
The beginning fund balance has no reserves in it at all. So the 2.5 isn't there. Now what will happen is the $600,000 will be in that number. That's the difference. So the balance sheet of the general fund today has a $2.5 million reserves. The balance sheet of the general fund on July 1st will now have 1.9. That's the difference. Again, this is not just budget, this is budget and finance. That's the difference.
Okay. Okay, but the money hasn't left the county. That's my point.
No, you're absolutely right. The money has not left and has not been moved into county fire until I move the money.
So I'm, again,
We're arguing about a balance sheet picture.
Yeah, again, we're confusing budget and fiscal. What I'm telling you, I absolutely understand your point. I understand that, if we do it now, that might be a better message to the public. My point is, when an entity starts dealing with their reserves, and if this was the only action I think we're going to do with the reserves, I'd be sitting over there. But I don't think it is. I think that we may have more actions with our reserves if we end up with a negative fund balance for 19-20 for the general fund because of COVID.
Okay.
And some of the other things. Reality is Recreation, library, and youth centers are not in our budget next year. If we want to put them back in, where are you going to get the money?
I get that. But this isn't recreation, this is fire.
Right,
I
so-
know, and that's
I would
where I
just
stand.
say that right now, you're just directing us on how you want us to prepare the budget for the 16th. You could, we will already have the documents, but we'll do it in the morning. If you change your mind after we'll have an estimate of year end. Deb has been working on that to get what we might need. Your board will need to take action, emergency action, we're in June, this month, on the 16th for fiscal year 1920 if we need to pull from reserve. So you'll have that answer when we come in on the 16th. We can prepare it as if, either way, the transfer out from the general fund is coming out no matter what, but you could provide final direction whether or not you want us to use reserve or the revenue on the 16th, and I can just update, all it is updating a couple of sheets in the budget.
Okay.
And you'll have more information at that time.
And it sounds like what I'm hearing is that there are pluses and minuses on the messaging with both issue, but there are substantial downsides to using revenues now that aren't necessarily there with a line item.
Reserves.
Yeah, using reserves now that aren't there when we're talking about a line item.
Then let's just,
Okay.
I'd say let's just wait
Yeah.
until the 16th and make the decision.
Yeah, and I just can't get over the fact we can only do this so many times before we don't have reserves anymore. So none of this is a temporary solution, and I just hope that message is being heard by the public.
It's only a temporary solution.
Yes, and one of the other things that I really think that we need to have in there, because I think I know what the answer is if we did, because your second piece is talking about revenue options, if we did a revenue option in November to address this, when would we actually see revenues? And I think the answer is not till 21, 22.
That is correct. It will be on the tax. Sorry. It'll be on the tax bills for 21, 22.
Yep.
County Fire would get their first money, 10% in the month of November. They would get 45% in the month of December. They would get 40% in the month of April, and they would get the final 5% in the month of June. That is how we allocate property tax.
Thank you.
And if we waited, how long would it take for that to take effect?
I'm not sure when you mean wait.
So if we waited, if we didn't take any action by this November, what would be the next opportunity to take action?
You would almost have, unless you did a special election, you'd almost have to wait 2 years until 2022 on the next election.
Okay, so we'd have to wait 2 years for the next election and then another year for it to actually take effect.
Exactly.
I'm not touching that. If you put it on the March 22 election, it would go into effect July 1st of 22.
Okay, and in your opinion, do we have enough reserves to sustain the status quo until that point?
12, 18, wait.
One of my biggest concerns is our reserves is not really high if you compare us to some of the other entities. Tuolumne County has been very fortunate, even you're going to say this is really weird, but it's true. Tuolumne County has been really fortunate in all of our disasters that we haven't had huge property losses. We are not, Napa and Sonoma, and there are challenges over the next couple of years because of COVID that's going to affect our revenues, I believe. We don't know what businesses are not coming back. We don't know which employees are not going to be working anymore. Think about it in the restaurants. If you have cut their tables by 50%, they're also going to be cutting some of their wait staff. So what happens there? We've already seen a couple businesses that have said they're not coming back. That's going to affect our unsecured taxes. That's going to affect sales tax. There is going to be ramifications from COVID for the next 12 to 24 months. What are those numbers? If you tell me that, then I'll tell you whether or not my reserves
I'm
are,
not
or
trying
our
to put
reserves
you on the spot with your
there.
crystal ball or have you predict the future. I'm just trying to hammer home the idea that what we do now in the next 3 to 4 months will inform fire funding potentially for the next several years.
Right.
That's why it's really important for the public to understand that it's a significant problem and we don't have a secure source of funding for fire right now in Tuolumne County.
And I absolutely agree with you. I mean, there's no way. That's why, early this morning, Eric and I were Zooming, trying to find as much revenue for county fire to make it look a little better than it was yesterday. I agree with you, but, on the other hand of that, there's lots of opportunities for us that we would have to use our reserves. And if we have less and less reserves, we are going to have some fiscal problems in the future.
Okay. Supervisor Brennan, did you have any more comments?
I heard what Ms. Riggs said about being able to make this decision on the 16th, but I would, Ms. Batista, is there any implication to, if we go to our reserves repeatedly, will that impact our credit rating? Or could it have the potential of impacting the credit rating?
That's a yes, and also a yes that our reserves, I mean, the last time that we had a credit rating, one of the issues was that we don't have enough reserves. That's one of the reasons why over the last couple of years we've tried to put in $250,000 a year. So if we start bringing down our reserves, there's cash flow issues, there are fiscal issues, we have no cushion. This is not going to bring our reserves down to zero, but what could?
Yeah, I remember the conversations in the past about reserves and credit ratings, and so I guess I would caution us to be listening to Ms. Batista's full message, because I think there could be some. We're going to have to pay this. I think we understand it. I think the messaging to the public, whether we have that line item today or whether we have that line item the very 1st of September, is going to be a very strong message. And so I just don't want us to have, I want us to be as thoughtful in looking at all of the consequences on the timing as we can.
Okay. We need to give some direction here. Are we kind of leaning more toward the line item or postponing this until the 16th?
I thought we decided we were going to wait till the 16th.
Yeah, today's just board direction. Remember, I'm not asking for you to actually, there's only one area I really need you to make a decision, and that's coming up.
Okay.
So it's direction for today.
And then that's fine. Then are we going to do a study? Supervisor Gray, I hear totally what you're saying, because in my short year and a half, I've experienced everything you've said over the last decade. But I want to have a conversation. I know there's concerns, people thinking maybe the contract with CAL FIRE is too much. I just want an educational conversation, public, get all the information out there. If districts want to show up and have that conversation and dispute some of the numbers and information, that's what I want to do. I want to do it publicly and move on, because I want to do that.
So there's two things here, sorry. Remember, your board will need to make a decision if you want something on the ballot by August. It's like the first week of August. I think it was like August 6th, I think.
When do we need to have that decision?
August 6th. No, you have to do it.
6th, okay.
You have to do it, I think, the last part of July. I'm trying to remember, because you have to read it, yes.
It's going to be your first meeting in August. You'll have to make a decision, but that's actually the last piece of that decision. So you'll have to start at the end of July at the latest with actually adopting an ordinance, and then there'll be the second reading in August, the first meeting in August. So we know we have to start sooner than August.
The other part of that is you're saying a public meeting. We're not able to have public meetings right now.
True.
So there's no way I'm going to be able to get us together for a public fire study session. I can't see that happening in June, and maybe not in July. Absolutely, we can definitely get bigger quarters to have that kind of conversation in. It just depends on the additional directives that we receive and guidance from the state, obviously. I just don't know that I can't sit here before you and tell you we're able to do all of those things before we would have to do this. But yes, we would make that happen. We can have these conversations and they're just two separate items.
Yeah.
The one we need to follow up on.
There will be an opportunity to go into that, I think, in the future. Right now, we're trying to get our budget
No, the budget,
Where-
I agree with.
Okay.
I just want to make sure we have those.
Do you concur, Supervisor Brennan, with the rest of the board in terms of holding off on line item versus reserves until the 16th? Supervisor Brennan?
Sorry, I was speaking into a muted phone.
Oh,
Yes.
okay. I think we've all been there in the past couple months. I'm just looking for consensus on the item discussed.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Okay, let's
Let's
move
move
on
on.
then. Okay, so the next slide, we talk about our internal service funds, and
It's the same item.
so in here, what we're just talking about is
It's the same, we're
it's
still
all
talking.
the same thing,
Okay.
yes. This is
So
all the same
we'll have
thing. We're
public
just going to
comment.
continue.
Supervisor Campbell, just to be clear, though, if the board is going to take action or direct something by consensus, they really should be opening up public
Okay.
comment for that.
So
We'll stop.
let's open this up for public comment. We have 3 people on the phone. Clerk of the board, would you please read the instructions for calling in?
Their phone number is 533-6581.
3 minutes.
You can stay there.
3-minute time limit.
And those of you calling in, I will have to hold you to the 3-minute time limit that's on the printed agenda, just in fairness to everyone that might be interested in talking about this item. Okay, go ahead.
Well,
Go ahead.
okay. Hi, this is Kathleen Haff.
Hi.
As supervisor-elect for District 4, I support reopening talks about ways in which to make Pine Mountain Lake Airport more solvent and less dependent on general fund money. During my campaign, I had one informal meeting with various airport members and one more formal gathering in February 2020. I want this board to know that there are several options that can be explored. RTTF, also known as Through the Fence, is definitely a possibility, although it's a complicated one since it deals with some Pine Mountain Lake Airport deeded access properties and also some PML Airport properties that don't have deeded access. There are other options as well, such as how this airport can be more fully utilized. I, for one, would like to see more county support for commercial development, exploration of ways to bring in more business, linking to resort destination, trails, and the like. Airports can be economic drivers for communities. Maybe this is a project in which coal can be utilized. There was a master plan, an airport master plan developed by former airport manager Jim Thomas that, for what I understand, has some valuable information in it, and I have asked Benny for a copy of it. He says he can't find it, but has one draft copy at his office that can be reviewed in his office. COVID-19 set in, and so I haven't been able to review it. I would ask that copies of this be disseminated and made available to all interested parties. Electronic copies would obviously be the most economic way to go there. In looking at the adopted budget for this fiscal year, I believe there is room for discretion due to a $74,000 expense that PML pays to the Columbia Airport, I assume for administrative costs. PML Airport also brings in approximately $48,000 in revenue if you don't count the $41,000 that was anticipated coming from the general fund at the beginning of this year. I'm mentioning all of this for 2 reasons. This is not an easy fix, or it would have been resolved years ago under John Gray's watch. 2, I request to be included in any discussions you have with PML Airport and the airport manager. In closing, I look forward to being able to return to the board chambers to attend these meetings in person. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Supervisor-elect.
we go. Good afternoon. My name is Pete Camp, General Manager of Groveland Community Services District and Groveland Fire. And as you know, the Groveland Safety Fire Department provides critical fire and emergency response services along the Highway 120 corridor from the Tuolumne County Fire Station response area out of Jamestown to the Yosemite National Park boundaries. So a very, very broad area, if you remember the map that was displayed earlier. The district does rely on mutual aid provided by the Jamestown Station to backfill coverage with a Type 1 engine and staff, especially when we're responding, assisting county fire and the residents, businesses, and visitors along the Highway 120 corridor outside the district boundaries, and that can be for extended periods of time. The equipment is out there responding and regulate that engine back, the Jamestown engine, to be available to help and assist if there's an issue within GCSD boundaries. And obviously, the rural response time from Station 51, which or even Corona would be potentially devastating to life and property along our 20 corridor, and puts the district at higher risk within the customers and property owners and visitors within our boundaries, at a higher risk when reducing that equipment out of the district boundaries. And in reality, that's a very efficient way to do business. We cover a very, very broad area with those two stations, all the way from Yosemite to Jamestown and beyond, and work to support each other in that endeavor. So we certainly do support the staff recommendation, whichever you decide and however you decide to structure it. And we also do commit actively to actively participate in the discussion of the relationship with the fire districts and county fire in the future. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Campo.
Okay. Yes, hi, Chair and Supervisors. This is Amy New, Fire Chief with the City of Sonora Fire Department. I just wanted to extend out from the city to the county. We definitely understand the situation that the county's in and that all of these choices are extremely difficult. The city has had to make some difficult choices in our budget as well. The presentation that you received today about Station 76 in Jamestown, the next closest automatic aid agreement obviously would be the city to provide services to that area. Just wanted to let you know that Chief Cashy did reach out to me and let me know that this was a part of his presentation, and I really appreciate that. The city is willing to work with the county and all fire agencies in the county to do whatever we can to provide the best services for the community. That being said, I did want to let the Board of Supervisors know that the city does not have the sufficient staffing to extend services into that area at this time. But we are definitely willing to discuss any options that are available and help out and be part of the solution to providing the best service we can in the county. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Okay, we're going to close public comment for this portion. I guess we will reopen it again. Okay, so we have one more item and then we'll open up public comment.
Okay, so real quick, we'll go back. So internal service funds, when you've been hearing your departments today speak about their increase in mandated costs, those primarily are our internal service funds. And this isn't all of them, this is just some of them. So in here, we did increase the allocations out to our departments for both unemployment and leave liability. And I think it's pretty self-explanatory. Unemployment, if we have layoffs and we have individuals on unemployment, while the state administers that on our behalf, they send us a bill and we are self-funded, so we have to reimburse those costs. The other one is leave liability, which is where we fund our vacation payout. So as people have their personal time off and vacation time, when they either separate or they have any type of cash out within their MOUs, it's paid from that fund. And then our liability, I had mentioned this previously, our liability insurance did increase this fiscal year by about $280,000. And then purchasing, which is under Debbie's hat, she did make a change here, and I'll let her speak to that before we move on.
One of the things that came out of COVID-19 was that we were able to see what were essential services and what were non-essential services. And the courier system was deemed non-essential services. And so looking at it and looking at ways that we could save less money to all of the departments, and for the last 2.5 months, we haven't had the courier services, and I haven't had one complaint yet. Now, I'll probably get them all today. So we did some calculations, and if the courier route was eliminated, then there was savings in the general fund, and there was savings in all of the other departments, and we would just continue doing what we do today, where the departments are required to come pick up their own mail and bring the mail to here versus having somebody drive around.
Okay, do you have any questions on any of those before I move into the next item? All right. The next one is just a review of what's not in the budget. So as your board is aware, we have board policies in relation to both contingencies and reserves. For contingencies, the board policy is that we would fund contingencies at 1% of our operating expenses within the general fund. Right now, if you say we have expenses of $75 million, that would mean we would have a minimum of $750,000 in contingencies in the general fund. We do not have that. Right now, contingencies sit at 0 for the 2021 budget. And this is not unusual. We've done that in the past. As we've gone into the next fiscal year, we have funded those. It's just that this year, we don't think that we're going to have the money to fund contingencies out of our fund balance because we're not expecting to have fund balance this year. The other one is reserves. Again, board policy that your board adopted several years ago was that we would start putting $250,000 into reserves each fiscal year. This year, the budget right now as it sits does not have that transfer into reserves. And then the other ones, which you are aware, libraries, recreation, standard park, and youth centers. The only thing that is in the budget for any of those cost centers would be rents, like our automation for library, some fees that we can't cancel yet because we have contracts. We also have our mandated costs for all of those cost centers, and all of the employees that were previously furloughed continue to be furloughed. We do have, and I just want to say this because we've had some questions, Eric Aiken, who is the library recreation manager. He is on because he's doing everything from going out and doing repair and mowing lawns at Standard Park, checking on pools, and also working on budgets and some other proposals and projects that we have him to work on. And then the other individual is Tracy Williams, who's the administrative assistant, who is now helping in our office, backfilling into a grant-funded position that we had vacant. So she's been fantastic. She's actually sitting in the room now. She's one of the ones helping with the phones, and very thankful to have her in our office at this time. And we will determine what we do as we move forward throughout the fiscal year with those positions. The other is we have no funding for deferred maintenance. We've been talking about this for a while. And then no funding for employee education. This is very different from training. This is more like that formal education we do where we help to fund people to go back for formal education in the form of degrees. That is something that has not been funded right now. However, there are specific trainings within the MOUs that we must do, and that is something if we have individuals, our attorneys, our engineers, or anyone else who has a certification or a license that they must have for their job, it actually says within the MOU that the county, meaning the employer, will pay for that training for them to maintain that license. All of that is in the budget. Next thing I wanted to go to is we've had a few comments about when people first look at this list of personnel actions, and your board has it in front of you, is it doesn't seem like there's very many on here, and I would beg to differ. There are 8 positions that are up there for elimination or layoff. 23 positions have been frozen and 14 have been furloughed, for a total of 45 positions that are being affected, that are either not working or not being funded or being eliminated during this time as we work through this budget. 45 positions is a lot. And we have never in the long, long time have we had that many positions, maybe during the hospital days and as we move through a few other times. But this is a really significant number for us, thinking that we have 640 employees, full-time equivalents, and when you look at that number, we're inching closely, close up to that 10% range. So this will have significant impacts on services. This has, you've heard from everyone, significant impacts on their ability to maintain normal business hours and get the work done. And we will be coming back to your board with some recommendations for reducing business hours, maybe closing buildings one day a week, things like that, each of the departments are trying to figure out the best way to serve their customers. So finally, here's our recommendation, and this is what I do need 2 things. The first one is your board to provide authorization to proceed with the layoff notices to those that are within the, we didn't label these A, B, or C. So on the first one, it's one of 3 of your list of personnel actions. Those are the individuals that would be receiving layoff notices that I need your board to provide approval to move forward with those. And then secondly, any final direction for developing this budget that we will bring back to you on the 16th. That normally when we do that, we bring you a fully balanced budget. All the schedules are balanced, all of the statements, all of those reports, and we put those binders together for all of us. So I'm happy to answer any questions. I know we still have department heads here as well, and look forward to your direction.
I'd just like to make a comment. You just went through all the impacts to the public, and that's very important. But I'm equally worried about the impacts to our staff. Several department heads have talked about it. When you get cut below into the bone, and that's where we're cutting now. We're not cutting to the bone anymore. We're cutting into the bone. Stress levels in the staff that remains go up. Some of the nice to have time off goes away because you just can't get the job done without it. People just naturally want to continue to perform at the same level even though they don't have the resources to do that. And so while I do want the public to understand the very real impacts in terms of service availability and level of service that these budget actions are going to have, I also want them to understand the impact that it's going to have on our staff as they continue to try to provide the services. I'll probably try and say it as frequently as I can in the year going forward, or as long as I sit in this chair. But this is going to be a difficult year. It's going to be a difficult year for our public, and it's going to be a difficult year for our staff. And I'm done talking on that one for now. Thanks.
Yeah, on that same line, I think you mentioned that we're going to have to adjust hours. We're going to have to maybe not be open every day. Those are important because that's the only way staff is going to get any type of relief to be able to catch up. So I think that's really important. There's a couple things in the budget, and I don't know how to fix them, but I'll just bring them up that I'm concerned with as far as on the public safety line of it, and I consider animal control public safety. The cuts there, and also the question on district attorney and investigator. And the question I have, because she's still here, she's hanging in here, is the possibility of looking at that as a part-time position versus a full-time position.
Thank you for the question. So I mentioned when I did meet with the CAO that we would be looking at that immediately. As you know, a few years ago when we suffered cuts as well, Ann Connolly at the time, who was the head of HHS, had asked us to take over welfare fraud investigations, our DA investigators. And at the time, we only had 2. And I had mentioned that it was very difficult because they are so inundated with their regular positions, because what I failed to mention this morning is when I started in the office in 2005, we had 5 DA investigators, and they were cut through the years, mostly around 08, and we've never had that restored. So I am sympathetic when the fire department talks about staffing levels back in 2009. We're not even at the staffing level we were at in 2008 and continue not to be. So we did our best to bring in revenue from HHS for welfare fraud, and we have brought in an amount of revenue every year for those investigations. But what I have talked about is if we could get a part-time investigator that we could dedicate to that funding source, that's something where we could again bring in some revenues, but it doesn't alleviate the burden on the one DA investigator. And that's my concern, because remember, that DA investigator is a part of DSA, and he's a law enforcement officer, and I cannot send him into many situations without backup. So it's a concern, it's a safety concern, and it's also an ability to do business concern.
I said, I don't have an answer. I just had the question. And,
right.
And is it possible to get more money from health services to?
You just listened to them, and that they're using 50% of their
see,
fund balance.
I'm looking at Rebecca back there. She's giving me a dirty look.
Yeah.
It's the first dirty look she's ever given me. Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Brennan?
Yeah. I think that it's going to be incumbent upon us also as individuals. We have heard about the added stress across the spectrum on employees, and it is going to really be important for us to keep that in mind as we individually want to do certain things. I've heard department heads talk about our committees and commissions. We're going to have to take a hard look at that, and we're just going to have to be certain that we are in verbalizing our acknowledgement of the added stress that will be placed on staff, be certain that we as a board are being very, very cautious of any additional pressures that we put on staff with the, we all have projects that we want to see finished or initiated, and so we're just going to have to really be very mindful of that.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Kirk?
Supervisor Gray brought up similar concerns, actually the 2 that I had circled with animal control. As I said earlier, I think it would be very wise for them to try and come up with a volunteer program. I think we should push for that, but also looking at the cost of the 3 volunteers at $43,000, perhaps maybe part of the solution would be a volunteer who could head up, or not a volunteer, but a part-time employee who could maybe head up a volunteer program, because it sounds like he's pretty stretched to do all the above. So maybe that could be part of the solution. Instead of having 3 part-time folks, maybe 1 that oversees a volunteer program. That might be a solution, and the cost I got was maybe $14,000 if we split that number. Just an idea. When it comes to the district attorney, the DA investigator, when I look at Amador, Calaveras County, now I don't know what they're doing for this budget, but having 8 in Amador, 2 in Calaveras with 2 part-time, like Supervisor Rotifer said, it does kind of sound like we're cutting it in the bone now, so I think we need to look at a solution. I don't know what that solution is, but I'm very aware of that, especially with some of the offenses that those investigators are looking into. Is there anything else? And I just want to say to the folks, I didn't speak to earlier, and hopefully we're clear about Standard Park. And we're going to have more discussion about that in the future. But as the board said, right now it's not specifically about the funding. It's more about COVID in stage 4. Right now, the county, and look, I'll just come out and say this. I've kind of said it a few times, but businesses, folks who have to provide for their families, they've been calling me stressed out. And over the weeks, I've been telling them, look, CDC has guidelines. They have things to follow. Do it safe, do it smart, and be responsible. And you got to provide for your family. But when it comes to campgrounds, when it comes to things that the county owns and operates like Standard Park, if we violate those state orders, there's a good chance, I don't know if Newsom's bluffing, but there's a chance that we could have funding withheld, that 5 point whatever million in the CARES Act. So the very things that we're trying to fight for to fund, we could potentially be in jeopardy of losing that funding moving forward. So for me, I'm in a catch-22 because I'm telling businesses, do what you got to do, be smart. But at the county, we're kind of strong-armed to these negotiations. That's why we're pushing hard with Newsom's office. We're pushing with our numbers, our surge plans, everything. All our numbers don't justify a lot of the things that are being applied to Tuolumne County. So we're pushing for campgrounds. We're pushing so we can do these things. But that's why I just want to make it really clear to the folks listening. I want Standard Park open. I got young kids. I want to take my kids back and play soccer. I used to be a coach. I miss it. It's a horrible feeling. But we can't operate it until Newsom works with our counties and lets us get through these stages. So I hope that's clear. Like I said, I have some ideas moving forward for Standard Park, possibly for libraries, but right now that's just the unfortunate, sucky situation that we're in. So that's it. Thanks.
I was a little taken aback by the slide that stated outright that we're not including parks and libraries in this budget. That you're asking for direction on.
No, I'm just saying that was the direction I received from your board, was to take them out of the budget
Well,
until we get to September. I just want to make sure
okay,
that was what was.
What I'm saying is that, as we're looking through these different departments, each of which, just about every department is having some kind of cut. The only departments that we're discussing eliminating outright are libraries and parks right here. That is not something I would support. What I would support is we're not laying off these employees right now in this budget. What we're looking at is trying to find additional revenue sources to help support these projects, whether we're going into reserves, whether we find other revenue sources. I don't know what that is, but saying we're taking it out of the budget, I don't think that's accurate, and that's not something I would agree with.
Just a refresher, okay? That's not in this budget. They're not out. They're furloughed positions. That was our direction, that we would readdress them in September based on whether we got the funding from the CARES Act or some other source. But we would look between now and the adopted budget in September to fund those. All that slide is saying is they're not in the budget now because the money isn't there.
My fear is that we'll get backed into a corner at some point where we'll have no choice but to treat this as though it's a de facto closure of these resources.
But the point is there's no money right now to pay for them.
Right.
Okay. We'll still have the option in September if some funding comes in or whatever, or we go into.
That's not a plan. Just hoping that at some point we'll find.
That's
what we all agreed to at the last meeting.
We addressed it in August.
Plan. I understand what we agreed to. We need to have
The plan right now is there's no money
for funding.
The plan right now, there's no money, but we're going to look at it in August. They're not in the budget right now.
There's no money to put them in the budget.
Well, the only reason they're not in the budget is because, or the only reason See, I don't agree with that phrasing that they're not in the budget. We're not considering them and their funding streams right now because it's closed whether we want them to be closed or not. That's the only reason we're in this position. So we need a plan to look at how to fund these things when we're allowed to reopen them.
And the plan was...
That's all I'm saying is that we are not de facto closing these services, that we are looking at.
No, we're not laying off the people. The services are closed. We're not laying off the people. We're keeping them furloughed so that if and when we can find the money to bring them back, and COVID allows us to bring them back, that we can. This is exactly what we agreed to at the last meeting, was to defer consideration of how to fund those
till August.
Till August. That's just a statement of reality. It just says there's no money in this budget, and there isn't.
Doesn't mean we can't draw it from reserves if the board has, the majority of the board agrees to it, but our position was we got to see what's going to happen, and we'll know more in August.
I'd be more comfortable if that was codified somehow, that we are going to look at either reserves, CARES Act, whatever sources.
We have the option of looking at all. We have the option of looking at all the money.
County staff is getting that.
So you remember,
impression.
The direction you provided me is just that's direction, and it's actually in a video. I mean, it is, to me, it is codified or in a board meeting where you did tell me. And the option C, if you were, I don't have it out, but if you were to go back, it said option C is to take it out for now, but we revisit it in July and August as we start preparing for the September budget. So that was in that slide, and that is what all of you agreed to. So it's not, I'm just saying right now in this recommended budget, there is no funding provided for, when we say this, that's actually not 100% true, because in libraries, just for mandated costs and for rent, we have $315,000 in there. You would need another 450 to 500.
We are going to.
But there's no
maintain these
services.
facilities.
All you have is our buildings. There are no services that are funded in this current budget, staff, because that's.
That I understand, because it's necessarily that way because of the governor's order. But to say that that it's not in the budget, to me is not accurate, because it is in the budget, and you just explained how.
Right.
I guess that's the argument I'm having. I'm not disputing what we agreed to at the last meeting. What I'm saying is that these services are still in our budget, and they still exist. Okay, are we clear?
Okay.
I still need your board to provide approval for the issuance of those layoff notices.
Are we going to have one more shot at public comment or not?
Okay, we have one public comment.
Hello. I missed the cue for speaking earlier, but my name is Victoria, and I'm a resident of Tuolumne County, and it is my belief that the library, parks, and recreation are the heart of the community, and our families are the soul. I am calling to ask that funding of the library, standard parks, youth centers, and all other rec programs continue, because they are essential foundation for the physical, mental, and spiritual health of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have anybody else? Okay. All right, we'll bring it back to the board.
I'll move to approve.
Do you need a motion, or are you looking for? Okay.
I'm moving to approve the recommended issuance of recommended layoff notices.
Second.
So just to make it clear, I think it's all recommended personnel actions, right?
Okay,
Not just layoff.
correct. I'll correct my motion to all recommended personnel actions.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. I'll call for a roll call vote.
Supervisor 1, Sherry Brennan.
Yes.
Supervisor 2, Ryan Campbell.
Aye.
Supervisor District 3, Anaya Kirk.
Aye.
District 4, John Gray.
Aye.
District 5, Carl Rutherford.
Aye.
Okay. Let's move on to our, now that it's 3:16, I think it's time we did our 1:30 p.m. appointment. Yeah, actually, scratch that. Let's take a 10-minute break. We'll reconvene at 3:25.
Value is to encourage innovative and creative approaches to problem solving. The project consists of Williamson Act contracts WA 19-007 through Williamson Act WA 19-014 to rescind an existing contract and enter into 8 new contracts on the 2,656-acre site pursuant to Tuolumne County Resolution 10604. The project also includes approval of the new agricultural management plan for each contract and a notice of exemption under the California Environmental Quality Act. A new contract must be executed to allow for a lot line adjustment between 3 of the parcels. The Crooks are proposing 8 separate contracts to allow for the land to be divided among Stephen and Stuart Crook in the future. The project consists of 17 parcels totaling 2,656 acres located northwest of the Pine Mountain Lake subdivision and extending west along Wards Ferry Road in the community of Groveland. The parcels are zoned AE 37 AP and contain the Agricultural General Plan land use designation. Here's a map of the project site and surrounding parcels. This map depicts which parcels will be in each contract. Each separate contract is designated a different color. The Williamson Act was passed by the California legislature in 1965 to preserve agricultural and open space lands. The act authorizes local governments and property owners to voluntarily enter into contracts to restrict land to specified uses related to viable agricultural operations or open space uses for a period of 10 years in exchange for a tax incentive. The property owner must continue the agricultural use as specified in the management plan. The contract is automatically renewed December 31st of every year for another 10 years, unless a notice of non-renewal is served to begin the process of coming out of the contract. Tuolumne County Resolution 10604 contains the county's rules and regulations for enforcing the provisions of the Williamson Act, including regulations for conducting refiguration of parcels in a contract, agricultural preserve requirements, ownership requirements, zoning requirements, and minimum size requirements for contracts. Each of the contracts were found to be consistent with Resolution 10604. Consistency with specific sections of Resolution 10604 are indicated in the agenda report. This project was considered by the Agricultural Advisory Committee on March 19, 2020, as is required by Resolution 10604. The committee recommended approval of the project and determined it to be consistent with Resolution 10604 and applicable sections of the California Government Code regarding agricultural land. A total of 176 adjoining property owners were notified of public hearings of the project. No responses were received. The project was found to be consistent with required findings 1A through 1K for approval of a new Williamson Act contract, which includes a lot line adjustment. The findings are presented in the agenda report. The project was found to be consistent with required findings 2A through 2E for approval of the agricultural management plan. The findings are presented in the agenda report. The Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors may approve the project with modifications, deny the project, or send the project back to staff for further review. Do we have any questions? And I believe we have one of the applicants on standby if you have questions for him.
I've got a couple questions. One, can you go back to the slide that has the different colored lots? Is that the brown that's down in the lower right-hand corner? That looks like, is it words that are on there, or is there a split between some of those and non-contiguous?
I think it's words.
Okay. And then the question is, if this was in March, went through the Planning Commission, what took it so long to get here?
Thank you for the softball, Quincy Yaley, Community Development Director. It took it so long for us to get here because we have a lot of work and not enough people to do it.
That was the purpose of my question. Thank you.
Okay, more questions for staff? Supervisor Brennan? Okay.
By the way, Quincy, you're a great softball player. You hit it out of the park.
All right, I'll look for public comment. Oh, so we're going to open the public hearing to consider approving the Williamson Act contracts, WA 19-007. Do we have any public comment on that? Okay, I'll close the public comment, the public hearing to consider this action and bring it back to the board. I'll entertain a motion.
Okay, I'll make the motion here and move on. I would move to approve the Williamson Act conservation contract with findings 1A through K, and items 2, Community Department staff recommends approval A through E, excuse me. I think that's it, isn't it?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Clerk, will you please read the roll?
District 1, Cherry Brennan.
Aye.
District 2, Ryan Campbell.
Aye.
District 3, Anai Kirk.
Aye.
District 4, John Gray.
Aye.
District 5, Carl Rutherford.
Aye.
All right, passes unanimously. Okay, Clerk of the Board, would you please read our second 130?
So this is also a public hearing, and it's to consider adopting the ordinance amending the master fee section 3.40.010K and 3.40.040 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code related to fees for the Community Development Department. Public comment time limit is set at 3 minutes, and the call-in number is 533-6581, and I would recommend you calling now.
Thank you very much. Quincy?
Good afternoon, Quincy Yaley, Community Development Department Director. Thank you for having me here on this long day, but I appreciate the opportunity. The item before you right now is a proposed fee update for a few items that we charge through our Land Uses and Natural Resources Division. This division is responsible for reviewing and bringing forward things like conditional use permits, site development permits, processing the division of land and in conjunction with the surveyor's office. It's also the division that's responsible for enforcing the California Environmental Quality Act. So as always, we start with the vision, mission, and values. And in reading this a little bit closer today, I feel one to point out that is particularly pertinent at this time is exercising financial stewardship. And that is one of the reasons why I work to bring this item before you today. We want to make sure that we are spending the taxpayers' money as staff efficiently and accurately. So before we get into the changes, I just wanted to bring a little bit of information for you. I just brought 4 years worth of revenues, and in 2018 we did do a fee study which updated the revenues. But on this slide, you can see that in 2017 we were about $95,000 in land use revenue, which is fees we receive from permits for that division. And currently, right now, we're sitting at about $210,000. So we have had a dramatic increase in revenue in the last 3 years. And as across the top, you can see that we've lost staff. And so we've got less staff doing more work.
So that increase in revenues is a reflection of work that had to get done, not an increase in the rates.
That's correct. There was a small fee adjustment in 2018 that corrected some, and actually, I'm going to get into what it did, but it changed the way we structured the fees. But we've had several very large projects come through our office, and that has been responsible for the most recent jump in planning land use division revenue. Land use division staff also participate in the building permit process. And I just wanted to, again, bring this before you. You can see in 2017, we had about $770,000 in building permit revenue. Currently today, we're sitting a little higher than $1.4 million in building permit revenue for this year. And again, across the top, you can see we've had a decrease in staff. So in 2018, I worked with Liz Peterson in the County Administrator's Office to do a fee schedule update for the entire Community Development Department, specifically with respect to the Planning Division, as it was titled at the time, but now titled the Land Use and Natural Resources Division, was that prior to 2018, our fees were based on valuation. So the more expensive your project was, the higher fees you were charged. And what we suggested and was approved at that time was actually that the fees should be based on the level of environmental review that a project requires. Because we could have a very expensive project, but if it's located in an infill area or the site is already improved and there's no resources, it doesn't take us as much time to process a project that may have other environmental constraints on the site but doesn't cost as much money. And so we sort of balanced that out in 2018 and I think corrected the course with the fees at that time. The current structure is a more accurate reflection of the time it takes staff to process an application, but we also did leave some fees below what we could call market rate. And that's to encourage people to come in and apply for for projects. So like the Williams-Snack project that you just heard, we don't charge what it takes for us to fully process that application because there's a county benefit for projects to be in the Williams-Snack. A lot of our historic use permits and things like that, we also do not charge fees for. The current proposal that's before you today is moving more towards a time and materials fee structure. And we specifically talked about this in 2018 as something we did not want to do because we didn't want to have our staff become bankers and have to extract money from developers or from property owners in order to get projects through the process. It's just, it puts them in a more of an adversarial situation sometimes. And so we did not recommend time and materials back in 2018. However, as I have gained more experience in the department and also consulted with other counties, it seems that a time and materials structure for some of our permits is appropriate at this time. We're also proposing to add an hourly rate to our fee schedule for some of the tasks that we perform, as well as begin to charge fees for the land use and natural resources staff to review grading permits and building permits. The time and materials fee structure is going to be limited to a small fraction of the work that we do. It will include processing entitlements that are subject to the California Environmental Quality Act, so documents that require an initial study or an environmental impact report. If a project is exempt there's exemptions in that environmental laws, and if a project is exempt, we will not charge a time and material. It'll be the current fee structure we have right now on our schedule. In addition, we're looking to charge time and materials for for lack of a better way to say it, post-approval processing work that we do. So after a project gets approved, now it's time to implement it. And they often come back to our department and they work on fulfilling their conditions of approval. There's additional inspections that need to be done. And right now we have no mechanism to tie staff's time to bringing in revenue for that. And just as an example, in the last 18 months, staff has spent over $50,000 on one project in this post-approval processing phase of the project, and very little of that will come back to the county as revenue. So it's basically time that was given away. We're also proposing time and materials for land use staff to perform research. Oftentimes a developer will hire a consultant to research the permitting paths, what the zoning is, what the general plan is, what are the options. But if an applicant doesn't do that, they use our staff as those consultants, and we provide hours and hours of research into the history of the site, the history of the project, why did they do the certain things that they did, and we're looking to recoup some of that cost beyond an hour. So if staff is spending more than an hour looking up information for someone, we're looking to recoup that. Lastly, we are looking to add a time and materials fee to the land use and natural resources review of grading permits. Grading permits comes through the Public Works Department. They route upstairs to our land use staff, and we do a CEQA review on that, determine if they're exempt or if they are not exempt. It involves a site visit. It involves the preparation of environmental documents, and right now we do not have a fee for that time that we spend on those projects. We are proposing a flat fee for the review of building permits. In our current fee schedule right now, if someone pays a fee to receive a well permit, on the back end of that, we divide that amongst all the different divisions that work on that project. So some goes to fire, some goes to building, some goes to land use. GIS is another division that pulls from those fees. But under our current structure, the Land Use and Natural Resources Division doesn't receive any revenue from the building permits that come through our department, despite the fact that we spend, on average, an hour per permit reviewing it for setbacks, any conditions of approval, and any other regulatory items that we're responsible for reviewing. The flat fee that we estimated that's in your materials, it's based on an average of the loaded land use and natural resources employee costs. And I included myself in that because, as you've heard me say before, I function as a line staff member in that department due to the few people that we have. We plan to process this new structure through our existing software, using our existing staff. We've gotten models on how to set up agreements to pay. We've included a dispute process in the ordinance so that if someone receives a bill and they would like to dispute or appeal their bill, we have a process for that. We have included some of the other divisions on that. So like if we do an EIR and there's other division staff that work on that project, we would invoice that time. And as I said, we will use our existing time tracking software. So what are the other counties doing? The counties that are underlined are those that are included in our fee studies that we do. Those are our surrounding counties. But I reached out a little bit further, and you can see that time and materials model is not rare. A lot of counties use it. Some use it for all of their work. Some use it for just a portion of their work. I did do some estimates on the level of revenue that this new model for these specific items could bring in, and estimate that we could bring in approximately $115,000 if, by charging time and materials or flat fees for these items. We also did do some outreach to the development community via email, invited them to comment on the agenda packet. It's not as much as I would have liked, but COVID does present some challenges for that. I think one of the biggest changes that will happen is doing time and materials for the projects that have to go through CEQA. Right now, they're used to paying an approximately $8,000 fee, and that cost could go up significantly by tracking and charging the true cost of processing those environmental documents. Same thing for the EIRs, especially controversial projects. That also could be a significantly higher cost than what our current fee schedule charges.
So, Quincy, can I ask a question? Because CEQA a lot of times involves, I'll call it politics, but there are people that will go after certain projects and they'll use CEQA to do that. What is the risk of time and materials driving a project out of even getting through the process? You get where I'm going?
Yeah.
Okay.
So basically, to summarize and repeat back is could someone use this new fee structure as a way to jack up the price on a project so much that
exactly
that it would be infeasible financially for the applicant to go through the process?
Yes.
Okay, so I think what I would respond is that we have two projects going through the pipeline right now that are very controversial. And I would just say that staff, myself, and working with county council have been very proactive to manage that public outreach process and ensure that the issues and concerns that are being raised by the public, whatever their intentions are addressed in the document. It could raise the price of a project, but I would counter that by not addressing that, whether we're charging time and materials or not, leaves that document open to a lawsuit, which is just costs on the back end. So better to spend that time up front to make sure that we're addressing any concerns that are raised by a project, even if it takes us a little bit more time to do it. So just finally, and then I will turn it over to County Council, is that today we're asking you to adopt a new fee schedule, which includes time and materials for reviewing CEQA projects subject to CEQA, fees for reviewing building permits, grading permits, adding on a fee for research in excess of 1 hour, as well as adding time and materials in for assisting developers getting through that conditions of approval process or that post-approval process that they need to go through in order to get to construction. Cody?
Thank you, Quincy. One thing I wanted to note in the ordinance, or excuse me, the resolution, the proposed resolution, there was one typo regarding when this ordinance would go into effect. Because this is falling under Government Code Section 66017, it should be 60 days after adoption, not 30 days. So in Section 4 of the resolution, that would need to be changed.
Brings up a question. You mentioned we have some project in the pipeline right now. Would this ordinance affect the ones that we already have in the pipeline also? They signed up under one.
Yeah, no, let me break it down a little bit. So
Okay.
for anything that's the time and materials related to a CEQA project, that would be with any new applications that we receive after the fee schedule goes into effect. The building permit fee would be for new building permits. So if they've already submitted and they've already paid their deposit, the fee would be added on to the initial cost. That's when the review will be done. So they wouldn't be charged that. Same thing with the research fee. People have been in the queue already. They're waiting for answers from us. There's a few of those out there. Same thing with grading permits. The one thing that that I would say would start after it went into effect, even on efforts that we've already engaged on, is related to these conditions of approval. And we would be working with each of those developers as soon as it went into, prior to it going to effect, to let them know that this is happening. And like I said, we'll have forms that they would, agreements to pay and things like that. We would work all that out so they would be aware that this is happening.
Okay, thank you.
Quick question. When we say developers, I think of big projects, for instance, like you mentioned with CEQA and whatnot. What about for the regular old Joe building a house?
Yeah.
Is this going to probably cost them more money? For instance, I built my own house. If I come in and I pull permits and I want to do all that, am I going to be looking at potentially a higher?
So for a building permit, it would just be a $70 fee that would be added to the building permit. So those are ministerial permits. I mean, we issue those if you meet the requirements. And so for that type of Joe Blow or whatever, it would just be a small increase. But really for the time and materials, CEQA component of it, it doesn't discriminate against a large developer or someone who is trying to divide a piece of property that's covered in wetlands, and they're maybe trying to divide it for family members. And so the work that we have to put into the project is the same no matter the financial resources of the person who's applying. The research fee, I got an email the other day that said from a real estate agent, and it said, these are 15 properties in Jamestown. Can you please give me the general plan, the zoning, if any of them are connected to water and sewer, and if they are developable? And it's like, well, that's a little more than what we normally provide. We can give you the general plan and zoning, but if you want us to provide this other information for you that is also easily accessible to you, we need to start charging for that. And if I could have the staff up here to testify to the number of hours they spend researching for large and small entities, the time ticks up.
But like you said, they have access to get that information?
Right. And
do they have the ability to get that information on their own?
They do it, but a lot of people also will call for our opinion. So they'll want to sit down and they'll want to work through this entire pre-development scenario with me and sort of get the inside of, how does the environmental process work at the county? What do you think? And right now we do all of that with no cost associated with it. And you try to balance it because you don't want to start just charging people for everything. It discourages people from coming in and wanting to develop. But at some point, we do need to exercise that financial stewardship of our county resources to make sure that if we're going above what would be typically provided, maybe in like a Public Records Act request, that time is compensated.
Okay. I did speak with a couple contractors regarding this, and it was actually kind of surprising. The majority of them said, no, we want you guys to succeed. We want to pay our fair share, and we get that. I think some of the concerns from some of the folks were no definitive price if it's open-ended. Is there a not to exceed, and here's a question that one of the contractors had, is there a not to exceed limit going to be put in place, like up to this amount? Will that be considered?
So that's not a part of the proposal at this time. I mean, before I came to the county, I worked in private consulting, and when we were going to work on a project, we would put a budget together for the client. And when we approached 80% of that expenditure, we would notify the client, hey, we're getting near the end here. This is how much we see we have left to do. So either you need to tell us to proceed or you need to tell us to halt. And so there won't be a not to exceed on it, but there will be, a partnership with that applicant to make sure that they're understanding where this is going. Depending on the level of controversy, I can't predict what the cost would be.
And then would there be, this is my last question, would there be an appeal process if somebody didn't agree?
Yeah, there is in the ordinance that we're proposing, there is a what do we call it? Okay. Dispute process.
Okay. So if I come up and I want to do a project, before I go down that project, you guys will tell me this is what you're looking at. These are some of the fees before we go down this road.
Yeah. Another complaint or concern I've heard is that the county is just going to start hours here. We're going to start billing at the time. in my experience, especially coming from the private sector, that when you move to a time and materials, you are even more scrutinized with your time because now all of a sudden you have to actually account for it. And so my feeling is that it's actually going to be the opposite of what people think, is that the county staff is going to start charging time, willy-nilly to these projects. Nobody wants to have their time disputed.
Right. Will there be oversight from the supervisor signing off
Absolutely.
on all this?
Yeah, me. I'm the oversight.
There you go. Okay.
Remember, I'm the planning manager too.
Right, and a
Yeah.
pizza maker.
Pizza maker.
Any other questions from the board?
I've got a question. Quincy, with this new fee structure, time is money also. So will we be giving some assurances on a swifter process for folks with paying these fees?
Thank you for the question. Will the process be faster because they're paying time and materials? Unfortunately, no. The time can only be reduced by adding staff bodies to the process, and that is not the current plan for the Community Development Department. I'm hoping that by putting our toe in the water with this fee structure, getting used to it, perfecting it, that we can continue to look at other ways that our department can generate revenue more accurately and use that revenue as a way to potentially add bodies back into the Community Development Department. And that would make things go faster. So just changing the fee structure doesn't automatically make things go faster, but long term, there's hope that it will.
So thank you for getting to the answer, because that's been the response from some of the contractors that I've spoken with.
And I guess my last thing is, what would be a good date to look at this in the future to see how it's looking, panning out?
Well, I think I wouldn't. Some things I think we can look at, at mid-year or quarterly or things like that. Some, like the projects that are subject to CEQA, are going to be dependent on when we get those applications. So things like any revenues coming from the time spent on review of building permits, that's going to be faster. But everything else is really driven by the public and by the application. So, looking at it too soon may not show enough of a result, but I'm sure measured interventions will be useful.
Okay.
Okay. I just had a couple of questions, if you could shed a little bit of light on it. If I'm, just to give an example, if I'm going to build a porch, will this fee structure significantly affect me?
So for a porch, it would just be a building permit, and with the building permits, and thank you for the question because it allows me to provide a clarification, is only the building permits that route to our staff would be charged the review time. So half the building permits that we receive, re-roofs, water tanks, things like that, do not route through the land use division, and so they would not be charged that fee. It would only be charged a fee if it routed to us. So for a porch, absolutely, a fee would be charged from land use staff to review that. We have to check it for setbacks and if there's any other constraints on the site that need to be identified when we're looking at that porch. You'd be surprised how complicated a porch can be sometimes.
Yeah. Well, you went through a couple of the other projects I was going to bring up, so I appreciate that. So in other words, there's the potential that it could, but many of the most common things that an individual would do on their own property would not be significantly impacted by this change to the fee structure. Is that an accurate statement?
I don't know if I'd characterize it like that, but I would just say what would be helpful is if I had the stats. I know about half of our building permits route. So we bring, and these fees were based on about 600 permits routing, which is a downgrade of the number of permits we have right now. So if we receive 1,200 permits, we think about 600 of those route through the land use division. Those could be single-family homes. They could be detached barns. They could be ground-mounted solar, decks. Those types of things would be charged a fee.
Okay. And then the last question is, how does this jibe with some of the changing policy on accessory dwelling units. I mean, will this apply significantly in that area as well if it's just an individual, as we've seen, who wants to subdivide or build an ADU?
Yeah.
Or,
So subdividing and ADUs would be two different
Yeah.
types of permits or applications that we would review. The subdivision or dividing property would be an application for a discretionary project, and if it needed to go through an initial study or an EIR, it would be charged time and materials. If we received an application for a building permit for an accessory dwelling unit, that is something that would route through the building division process, and that would receive just the flat $70 fee.
Okay. So it sounds like some of the more common requests that might come through your office would have some kind of change, but many of them wouldn't.
That's right.
And so they'd need to call the friendly people at CDD to
So
determine
friendly.
whether it would.
And again, just to add, things like Williams Act contracts or use permit for historic structures, Mills Act, there's a lot in our fee schedule that we charge fees for that is not changing. It's really, we're just focusing on the areas where I really feel strongly that the actual staff time costs are completely out of line with the fee that we're charging.
Okay.
Or in some places, not charging a fee at all.
Okay, I'll open the public hearing. If there's any public comment on this item, now would be the time to voice those. I'm looking toward the back. Okay, we have no public comment at this time. And so I will close the public hearing and entertain a motion. And I guess you'd be asking for the motion to be amended for Section 4 to include 60 days. Okay.
Okay, so can I just move on staff recommendation, or do you need some verbal?
I think that's.
I move on staff recommendation.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Would the clerk of the board please read the roll call?
Sherry Brennan, District 1.
Yes.
Ryan Campbell, District 2.
Yes.
Anaya Kirk, District 3.
Yes.
John Gray, District 4.
Yes.
Carl Rutherford, District 5.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. All right, so we will, on consensus of the board, we will pull item 10, reports, and that is the last thing on the agenda, so I will adjourn this meeting of June 2nd, 2020 of the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors.